All right. We are live. Welcome in, everyone. We've got Zach, Cy, Deathful, Puppy from Los Andes, Ron's KFC, and me. Welcome in, me. Glad to have you all here. As you know, or maybe you don't, I don't know how many of you have been paying attention, but last week I did not stream. And there's like a couple reasons for that, but basically two main ones. One is probably just like seasonal affective disorder. I've never been diagnosed with it, but I do tend to get more depressive around winter time, and we're there now, so that's probably a big part of it. I've been kind of feeling burnout a little bit, but I think hopefully I'm out of it for now. We'll see. And the other one is I have a toothache. Now, the toothache seems to have mostly subsided. I still need to schedule a dentist appointment, but last week, the days that I was planning to stream, I was in too much pain to stream, so that's the other thing. But I am here. I've got like 5 movies to review because I didn't do the reviews last week. So I'm excited. How are you all doing? Ron's KFC with the $20 super chat, the very first super chat my channel has ever gotten. Thank you very much. All donations are appreciated, but if you want to really support me, YouTube takes like a 30% cut of those. There is a link in the description below that it goes to my Stream Elements thing, which goes to PayPal, and that goes directly to me, and I keep 100% of that. So while I appreciate all donations wherever they come from, if you want to make sure all your money is getting to me, it is the link in the description below. Actually, I'm not even sure. Okay, yes, Stream Elements. Yeah, and the Stream Elements bot just showed the link there. I sound like a walkie-talkie. Really? What's going on with my sound? Here, let me take a look. Hang on. Okay, so I just listened to it on stream. Why is it like that? Oh, I bet I know what happened. How's that? Does that sound better? Here, let me listen. Yeah, okay. No, what happened was the gain on my desktop speaker got set too high. So it was just I was peaking. But thank you for pointing that out before I started recording, because I had no idea. I just assumed everything was the way it always is. And so, okay, I see I had a couple of questions from Zach. The first question was, why is Blue Sky not getting updated? Are you asking why am I not tweeting or posting to Blue Sky? I don't know. I just, I was there for a while, but there's the culture at Blue Sky kind of just ended up being a bunch of people who were really trying to gatekeep who they wanted to be there, and it got to be where every single time I would see a new account that might be interesting, it was like that they all kind of had this desire. Ron's KFC with the additional $20. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, Blue Sky. Yeah, I don't know. I just the culture over at Blue Sky, it didn't, and like not enough of like the people that I was following on Twitter like moved over. Puppy from the alt account says, have I considered Mastodon? I do have a Mastodon account, and I was over there first actually before Blue Sky even. But both of them, it's kind of the same issue of not enough people are moving over. And so, like, I was moving over to them, but then I just kind of got sucked back into Twitter. So, anyway. Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, and then Zach had the other question was, what happened to my podcast? Yeah. that's mostly so for those of you who don't know, I had a podcast called The Rest of Both Worlds, where me and my friend Ari went through every episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, because she's never seen the show before. And we did kind of leave off on a cliffhanger, but unfortunately Ari has some health issues, and I won't get too into them. I figured we were gonna save that for if we do eventually ever get back to it, but it was just a case of it's basically up to her at this point if we continue. I'm leaving that in her hands, but at this point I kind of feel like the podcast is just dead. But yeah. Anywho, how are the rest of you doing? I had a couple things I wanted to talk about. Let's see. Puppy says, if anything, a number of streamers and furries have moved to Blue Sky. I guess I'd stay because of them. Yeah, I mean, like, there are several people on Blue Sky. I like, I have a tab open for Blue Sky. I do go over and check it. I just don't post there that much. Although, I don't know, Twitter really seems to be dead these days. So maybe I should go over to Blue Sky. But yeah, I have a couple of topics that I wanted to get into before I do all of my reviews. But before I get into that, today I'll be reviewing the movies. We've got quite a few. I'll be doing The Holdovers, Disney's Wish, Napoleon, Next Goal Wins, Godzilla -1. That's right. I'm doing a Japanese Godzilla movie review, as well as the mid-season finale of Invincible, which was last week, but I didn't stream last week. And we've got 2 episodes of For All Mankind to talk about. But first things first, I want to briefly talk about something that I saw on the timeline today that kind of annoyed me. So, this is a shot from The Flash, the one with Ezra Miller, and this guy's like, this is all one shot, no cuts. The shaky cam and horrible framing of Arrowverse action is over. And we're going to play a bit of it. I don't want to play the whole thing just because of, Warner Brothers copyright and all that. But the whole, this is all one shot, no cuts. I want you to see what he means by one shot, no cuts. This is all CGI, right? Like, this is an entirely virtual environment. They've got, Ezra Miller doing ski movement, and then it cuts to a CGI model of Ezra Miller, and then they zoom out and do all the blur. Like, this isn't a one shot, this is a CGI shot. Now, I can admire the work that went into building out the model of everything and planning the shot and stuff like that, but when people talk about one shot in cinema, they're talking about like something that you actually achieved in camera. Like, say, over here, this is not like the full like one shot thing, but just an example, like 1917. If you've seen 1917, it's a movie about World War I, and the movie presents itself as though it is a single uncut take from the start of the movie to the end. Now, obviously they couldn't shoot the entire film in a single 2-hour shot unbroken. There are a lot of like stitches that they hide with, like, say, like a rock might pass in front of the camera and that's where they hide a seam, or like a person might walk in front of the camera and obscure any kind of stitching there. But even so, they had a lot of really long takes in that movie. And so when people say, oh, it's all one shot, no cuts, this is the kind of film that they're talking about. They're not talking about this. This is just CGI. This is just, and I'm not trying to downplay the work that VFX. Oh no, it's Twitter. I'm not trying to downplay the work that VFX artists put into their craft, but like there is a very different kind of vibe that you get from that kind of like the live performance, right? When you see something that's not CGI, that is shot practically and it's all one take, the amount of planning and coordination that goes into that, it's like watching a live stage play with a camera moving into it and nobody's messing up. Like, that right there, that is really technically impressive to pull off, because you've got so many moving parts. You've got lighting, you've got all of the actors, you've got actors who might not be on camera for several minutes, but still have to be in places and in character, ready for the camera to move over to their spot. There's so much coordination that has to go into something like that. Versus this, which was made over probably... A shot like this probably took them a couple months to produce. But, like, it wasn't a thing where it took them a couple months because every single day they had to try and make sure it all happened in one go. It's because every single part of this scene, and of course Twitter players breaking for me. Anyway, every single part of the scene was just hand animated, and they just, you know, they spent the time to animate it. It's not the same thing. Ron's KFC says, you're going to have to back off my channel when you get to Godzilla. You really want to see it before you hear any reviews on it? Well, fortunately, as I do every review, I put up these things here. So, if you want to stick around, all you have to do is mute the stream while this logo is up, and you won't have to be spoiled on any of it. But yeah. Before I get into my reviews, let me see. Make sure I've got this pulled up. Yeah. We had some Bob Igerage to talk about. All right. Let's get this started. So, you probably have seen the footage of Elon Musk going completely insane at a New York Times event. But something else that happened at that event that still got a significant amount of coverage, but kind of quickly got overshadowed by Elon Musk, was Bob Iger gave a talk there. And we're not going to go over the whole talk. That's I think that's a couple hours, and I don't know if New York Times would like copyright strike that or anything like that just for playing the whole thing. But we do have some articles to go over about some of the things Bob Iger said, because obviously Disney is not doing the best. Wish underperformed at the box office. The Marvels underperformed at the box office. Those are two big tentpole films, and people are going to be looking for blame. And we're going to see that Bob Iger has no care to take any responsibility for himself. Hi, Quinn. Welcome in. Here we have, the Marvels suffered from a lack of supervision on the set, says Bob Iger. Disney CEO admits studio has made too many sequels recently. Disney CEO Bob Iger said at the New York Times Dealbook Summit, following the Marvels flopping at the box office, that there was a lack of supervision on the set of the film as a result of the COVID pandemic. The combination of pandemic set restrictions and Disney's increased output due to the launch of streamer Disney Plus made it increasingly difficult for studio executives to oversee the onslaught of new productions. Okay. Right off the bat, I'm just going to say he's lying. Because I've seen the Marvels. And the problems with the Marvels are the kind of problems that you would expect from seeing studio interference in a creative vision. Because the problems with the Marvels are mostly that it's kind of meh. That it looks like there's too many cooks in the kitchen, and so anytime it wants to actually, like, take a hard artistic stance on something, it's pulled back to be more marketable to a general audience. And I pointed this out when there were reports that Nia DaCosta had, like, left to go start pre-production on her next film before the Marvels had finished post-production, which is actually a very normal thing to do. And I pointed out that Steven Spielberg did that for Jurassic Park. He handed over post-production to George Lucas while he went and made Schindler's List. So, like, that's a normal thing, but they were trying to blame the director for it. And here we are. Bob Iger, again, is blaming the director for it, saying that, oh yeah, we didn't have enough studio bigwigs on set while they were filming. I'm sorry, that's just patently absurd. Let's see. I'm not sure another studio will ever achieve some of the numbers that we achieved, Iger said at the press conference. I mean, we got to the point where if a film didn't do $1 billion in global box office, we were disappointed. That's an unbelievably high standard, and I think we have to get more realistic. I think there's something to be said here, because I have said that I want Marvel movies probably to scale back in terms of their budget. I don't need every Marvel film to be a gigantic CGI fest, okay? There are a lot of great superhero movies that don't fill every single shot with, VFX. You look at some say I mean, obviously Batman isn't Marvel, Batman's DC, but you could ostensibly do a Batman movie that uses zero VFX. It was done when Tim Burton directed it, but, well, not in zero VFX. They did do the Batwing and stuff, but that was like model VFX, that wasn't CGI. I kind of want to see it scaled back. Not every superhero needs to have big fantastical things. Like I talked about how Blade fights vampires. Vampires, you just need to put fake teeth on some actors. They don't need to have big, like, lasers that shoot out of their eyes or anything like that, right? So I would like to see them scale back on the budget just a little bit. Try and focus more on, the human drama of it. Spectacle is expected for a superhero film, but it doesn't need to be like say Iron Man. Iron Man is probably, one of the best regarded films in the MCU, and Iron Man only has 20 minutes of action. It actually has less action than your standard superhero movie because they were working on a lower budget. But everyone loves Iron Man, and it was because it had solid character work, solid, performances, solid, just the ways that the characters worked with each other. Iron Man was just, that was a really good movie. And I think, what was the budget? Let me look that up. Budget for Iron Man 1. Okay, the budget for that was $140 million. So that's in line with some of the lower end stuff for the general MCU. Actually, that surprises me that it was that high, given that they didn't have a script when filming that one. Hey, Dragon Knight Dragonborn. How are you doing? Waiting on your PS5 Slim? Nice. Yeah. Sorry. Little scatterbrained today, but we'll get into it. Speaking more broadly about Disney's output, Iger added, I don't want to apologize for making sequels. Some of them have done extraordinarily well, and they've been good films too. I think there has to be a reason to make them. You have to have a good story, and often the story doesn't hold up or is not as strong as the original story. That can be a problem. Per CNBC, Iger said that there has to be a reason beyond commerce to make a follow-up film to a hit, noting that over the last few years, Disney has made too many. There's a lot of copy errors in this article. Come on, Variety. Get it together. It doesn't mean we're not going to continue making them, Iger added. We're making a number of them right now, as a matter of fact, but we will only greenlight a sequel if we believe the story that the creators wants to tell is worth telling. Yet, I've just recently seen that they're trying to court Tim Allen and Tom Hanks to do a Toy Story 5 when it should have ended at Toy Story 3. And there's another article here. I couldn't find the quote in this one, so I pulled it up here. But over here, where is the line? Quality needs attention to deliver quality. It doesn't happen by accident, and quantity, in our case, diluted quality, and Marvel has suffered greatly from that. So, he's saying, oh, we need to do quantity over quality, which is funny because here's an article from like 3 years ago where he says the same thing. Bob Iger says Disney will always prioritize content quality over volume. So it's just been something that he just keeps saying, quality over quantity, but then they just keep cranking out sequels, and he's saying, oh yeah, we've made too many sequels, but we're gonna keep making them, but only the ones that are worthwhile. But like, dude, nobody's asking for a Toy Story 5. Yeah, the Marvels flopped right out of the gate when it opens to $47 million at the domestic box office, the lowest opening weekend in the history of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Before that opening, the worst debut belonged to 2008's The Incredible Hulk. Wow. I hadn't actually really looked at the particulars of the box office. I used to pay more attention to that stuff back in the day, but now it's just, who cares? It's not money I'm making, so like, why am I invested in it? But that is pretty dismal. Now, I did predict this. I did predict that the Marvels was going to underperform at the box office, and you're gonna have your people who blame it for being woke, but like, first off, woke doesn't mean anything, and second of all, the first movie, Captain Marvel, made $1 billion, so like, yeah. No Redux says, isn't Bob Iger the Disney CEO who has veto control over the movies Disney makes? Yes, indeed he is. Bob Iger can decide anything that happens at Disney. Now, to be slightly fair to Bob Iger, he did resign, or retire, I should say, as CEO several years ago, and Bob Chapek was the CEO, but then Bob Chapek wasn't doing well, so Bob Iger came back in November of last year. So there were movies in the pipe when Bob Iger was no longer involved at Disney that he can, just blame on the other guy, because they were already in process when he came back. But still, like, I think he was... Hang on, I'm looking it up. How long was Bob Chapek? Was Bob Chapek CEO? Bob Chapek was CEO of Disney from 2020 to 2022. So that's only 2 years. Only 2 years that Bob Iger was not CEO. That's like one movie cycle. So there's some stuff that was produced entirely under Chapek's run, but still, that's not very long at all. In an interview with Yahoo Entertainment following the movie's opening, the Marvel star Aman Vellani said the disappointing box office numbers are an issue for Iger and not for her. I don't want to focus on something that's not even in my control, because what's the point, she said. That's for Bob Iger. Box office has nothing to do with me, Vellani continued. I'm happy with the finished product, and the people that I care about enjoyed the film. It's genuinely a good time watching this movie, and that's all we can ask for in these films that are superheroes. It takes place in space, it's not that deep, and it's about teamwork and sisterhood. It's a fun movie. I'm just so happy that I can share it with people. Which sounds about like what Aman Vellani would say. It is a kind of a fun movie. But again, Marvel has kind of gotten stale in its formula. And that's not Aman Vellani's fault. I think she does a great job playing Kamala Khan. I think sometimes she can be a little annoying, but like also that's kind of, she's a teenage girl who is very excited to be meeting her idol. So we were all annoying teenage girls at one point. Am I right? But yeah, no, Bob Iger, by saying, oh yeah, there wasn't enough studio supervision, like, bullshit. The issues with the Marvels weren't that they had too much creative control and there weren't enough executives there to clamp down and make it more market friendly. Like, that's not at all what happened. It underperformed because people are tired of the Marvel formula, and this wasn't giving them anything actually new to grab onto. It didn't feel like this was a story that was like needing to be told. It just felt like, okay, I guess we're just gonna be doing another one of these now. And until Marvel can find a way to actually hook us with these sequels, to find that emotional core in them and not just, hey, I recognize that name, I'll do that again. You need some like real genuine emotional pull to them. And that's why Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was probably one of the best things, best performing things in Phase 4. And it's because James Gunn wrote all of those, and James Gunn has a lot of heart in his storytelling. And a lot of the other ones, it's just, they're made by committee, and they keep making them basically right up until the moment that the movie's released, which means there's no singular vision. It's all just committee. And, well, the head of the committee is Bob Iger, so I think you need to stop pointing fingers elsewhere and accept blame for your own part in this. Alright. Now let me pull up my notes because I have some reviews to do. So I saw the Holdovers, which, actually, hang on, I'm starting this one over because I need to look something up. Okay. So I saw the Holdovers, which is a film by Alexander Payne starring Paul Giamatti, and I think the last time they worked together was in Sideways, which is, I think, where a lot of people got introduced to Paul Giamatti. Paul Giamatti is probably one of my favorite actors out there. It's nice to have like somebody who can do these big, like, what's the phrase I'm looking for here? He's unattractive, but in a photogenic way, and he plays very likable, dislikable characters. Like, he can play ornery in a very entertaining way. And this movie, he plays a teacher at a boarding school, and as the title says, the Holdovers, it's about it's Christmas time at the boarding school, and the boys who don't go home for whatever reason for Christmas, they have to stay over at the boarding school. He's the one who has to watch them, and he doesn't really particularly like them that much. But the film is set in the early 70s, and it's not just set in the early 70s, but it's filmed as though it was made in the early 70s. Like, great care was taken to make it look as though it's not a period piece, but a film that was like sitting in a canister for 50 years that they just dusted out, and it's like, okay, here we go. This is just something nobody saw until now. For that reason, like, I kind of hesitate to call it a period piece, because a period piece is usually like taking great care to focus on it being set in that period, whereas this one, it's set in that period, and there's certainly aspects like one of the characters lost her son in the Vietnam War, but these are all like story elements that you could just see happen in a movie from like 1970, 1971. And I really admire the attention to detail that they went into to make it look like it had just been filmed 50 years ago. The film, it's about broken and lonely people finding each other at Christmas. It's got really strong performances. Paul Giamatti, as always. And I actually have to look at the cast list. There's a kid named Angus who's played by Dominic Sessa, who, as far as I can tell, this is his first acting job ever. And remember that name, Dominic Sessa, because he did a phenomenal job in this movie playing a likable asshole teenager. And I'm pretty sure the actor himself is in his like mid-20s. He does not look 17, but he played the character with heart and with sarcasm and vulnerability. And Divine Joy Randolph, who plays Mary Lamb, she's the cook at the school, and her son, who was a student and then died in Vietnam. It's those three characters coming together and basically forming like an unlikely found family. And again, it's not so much about the plot of it as just like just seeing them grow together as kind of disparate people who don't really get along and don't really like each other that much, to at the end when they just really are a family. And it sounds a little hokey, but I genuinely really enjoyed it. So I would definitely recommend this one. You're probably going to get a chance to see it in the theaters again, because I am sure this is going to be doing well at the Oscars. And they typically put Oscar movies back in theaters. So yeah, go see The Holdovers. All right. I saw the latest Disney movie, Wish. This movie has been advertised as a movie 100 years in the making for a really stupid reason, and that it's like, this is the origin story ultimately for the song When You Wish Upon a Star. A song that I don't think needs an origin story. I don't think songs need origin stories. Wouldn't the origin story be the thing that it was written for? So like, we don't really need an origin story for Pinocchio that Pinocchio's not even connected to. But that being said, the attempts by this film to try and like set up like, oh, this is like a prequel to basically all of the other animated Disney canon, really feels like it was something that was thrown on at the last minute as like, to try and make it more of like a tie-in to everything else. Completely unnecessary. Would have been better without it. But there was some talk on Twitter, because if you've seen the trailer, it's about a king who collects the wishes of his kingdom, and he chooses which ones to grant. And, he's the villain of the movie, but a lot of people were like, well, hang on. If, he's collecting the wishes to make sure that only the good wishes get granted, isn't that a good thing? Because if all the wishes were granted, some of those could be actually really dangerous wishes. But they're missing vital information. People's wishes in this world, they don't just have the wish and then it can just automatically be granted just because they've got the wish sphere. All of that is the king's magic. The king actually pulls the wish out of you and turns it into this little blue floaty sphere, and then he decides whether to grant it. So it's all the king's magic, and it's all like a symptom of control. Because the other thing that the trailer doesn't really get into is that when he pulls the wish out of you, you forget it. So it's not just that he's deciding which wishes are good to fulfill. He's taking the best part of his kingdom and hiding it away in his tower. So for people who are like, oh, maybe he's right. No. This is dystopian thought control. Okay. So don't be like, oh, maybe the king had a point. No, I guarantee you he did not have a point. As for the characters in the film, Asha, she's the main character, she feels kind of generic in like the modern Disney heroine kind of a generic sense. Like she's got that, she's like over enthusiastic and slightly clumsy, kind of like Anna from Frozen. Magnifico, the king, he felt like a pretty solid classic Disney villain, and they actually do a dark magic corruption storyline in this film that I think a lot of writers could take notes from, because too often you see corruption stories like in
so many times in World of Warcraft, where you take a character and just do a character assassination, have them like, oh, they have been corrupted by something, and suddenly they're acting completely different from how they did. They do like a 180 and stuff. Or like, outside of World of Warcraft, like Daenerys' fall in Game of Thrones, where like her behavior in the last season ran completely against everything that she had done up to that point, right? No, it's not like that. In this film, he is already a manipulative and selfish guy, but you can at least understand his motivations. And it's those motivations that lead him to his downfall by using the dark magic and becoming corrupted. Now, as for the other characters, Valentino, the talking goat, I was really worried about him because he looked like an annoying DreamWorks character based on what the trailer showed. Like, in the trailers, when he, like, gets the magic dust and starts talking, he, like, literally makes the DreamWorks face at the screen, and I was worried that he was going to be super annoying. But he's not overused, and I don't actually think he's obnoxious. Like, I think the most obnoxious things that he does in the movie are the things that they showed in the trailer. Other than that, I actually quite liked him. Like, I actually laughed at some of the things that he did. Star, the eponymous star that is being wished upon, who shows up to, save the day and rescue all the wishes. Star's a non-speaking character, so he's just, he's kind of like Carpet from Aladdin, and he's so cute. There's like a moment where he like tries to put on a disguise, and it's just, he's still a star, but he's got like a little handlebar mustache on. He has a lot of just really cute moments. There's only so much to talk about with him because he doesn't talk. But why don't I move on to the music, though? A lot of the songs are kind of forgettable, and one thing I noticed, there's a lot of Lin-Manuel Miranda did not write the music for this one. He's done other Disney movies, like he did Moana and he did Encanto, but he didn't work on this one. But you can still feel his effect on Disney, because all of the songs here are kind of written trying to ape Lin-Manuel's like meter, but it's like from people who aren't used to writing in Lin-Manuel's meter, and so you get a lot of stuff where it's very inelegant, and they can't quite capture his cadence that well. Like This Wish, which is the titular, the big I Want song, and it's the one that plays in the trailer. I think it has like a really strong hook to start, but because of the meter, I think it loses something. I think like it kind of peters out because of the kind of like syncopated meter of it. It doesn't quite work for me. That being said, there's like an ensemble song called Knowing What I Know Now, which is kind of like the One Day More song. If you've seen Les Mis, One Day More is the song where everyone comes together because they're it's that kind of a song, but it starts off with some of that Lin-Manuel style lyrics, but once they get into the actual hook, it's this really good. It's easily the strongest number in the film. And it's just them getting ready to confront the king. It slaps. Like, look it up. It's so good. I don't know that this is going to be the one that charts, though. I want it to, but I don't think it will. Because like when I saw Encanto, I thought Surface Pressure for sure was going to be the one that charted, and then it ended up being We Don't Talk About Bruno. But this song, Knowing What I Know Now, it's not perfect at the start of it. They're still trying to get the Lin-Manuel stuff, but the hook is solid. Really good song. No Redux says, it sounds like Wish is less an actual movie and more like an attempt to steal stuff from public domain. No, I'm sorry. That stuff is kind of tagged on at the end. That is not the main point of the film. The film itself has its story, It's just that some of the wishes are like I think you can see Peter Pan in one of the wish globes, and just there's implications that some of these wishes actually end up resolving in other movies. But they didn't have to do that, and it's not vital to the story that they did that. So that's stuff that's like tagged on as Easter eggs at the end. It's not the main focus of the film. The main focus of the film is actually about a dictator who seems benevolent, but like you can actually see the once you get a peek behind the curtain and you see the horrors of what it means to run the kingdom the way he does. Yeah, no, it's more a question authority and question power, and ultimately it's about not like getting a magic wish to fulfill everything, but it's about wishes are about your wants and your desires and your aspirations, right? It's about things that you should be working to achieve. That's the ultimate message of the film. It's not that, your wishes should be granted. It's that if you have a wish, you should work to try and achieve it yourself. So yeah, I think the movie's mostly fine. You'll have some people who are saying it was entirely made just to be a prequel to the rest of the Disney canon, but it really isn't. That's mostly just Easter egg stuff at the end. The movie would have done just fine without any of that. You could pull it out, all of those little jokey bits out, and the whole thing still works. The main one I would say, though, is that Asha, she is driven to do this because she applies to be the apprentice to the king, and while there, she sees her grandpa's wish, which is to write a song to inspire people. And ultimately just she is motivated because she's like, this is like the king's like, I don't know, inspire people to do what? It's too vague. Inspire them to revolt, maybe? So the whole thing is she just is like, it's just a song. He just wants to write a song, and that song ultimately is When You Wish Upon a Star. Although if you leave before the end credits finish, you won't know that. It's the post credit scene is where he plays the song. So anyway, it's fine. There is some of the rendering that they do in the film has a little bit, it feels more of like line work. It's still very much like the kind of standard CalArts 3D that you would get from another Disney film, but it does feel like they have been at least paying attention to what some of the other studios are doing, like Sony and DreamWorks with Spider-Verse and Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, where those were doing more stylized things. And so a lot of the animation in this film, you can notice like it looks like the edges of models have like more defined lines, like they were hand drawn in that way. But for the most part, it mostly will just feel like another 3D animated a Disney movie. Anyway, it's fine. I've seen better Disney movies, but this was okay. All right. I saw Napoleon, and Ridley Scott, I feel like he's lost it. This guy used to make films with passion, okay? And Ridley has been in the business for a long time. I'm double checking. Didn't he direct? Yeah, Ridley Scott directed Alien. Ridley Scott directed Gladiator. So he's got a career that spans like half a century. And at some point, it feels like maybe he's just making films to make them now. This film is obviously made for the award season. Now, the theatrical release, I think, was about 2.5 hours. But I think like the Apple TV Plus version has like a 4-hour cut. I'm not watching that. That's for sure. I didn't really enjoy this one either, but I don't. There's no passion to be had in this movie. It feels like he just made it to make it, and like there was a lot of stuff where like before the movie came out, there were interviews where he was like mocking historians for saying his movie wasn't historically accurate because he's like, oh, were you there? And like, I don't have a problem with making things that aren't historically accurate, so long as the story that you're telling is compelling and interesting, right? Like Gladiator's not historically accurate at all. Like, okay, Commodus was not killed in a gladiatorial arena. But it was such a good and compelling story that you didn't care that it wasn't historically accurate, right? He was just using Rome and our general idea of, you know, gladiatorial combat in the Colosseum as like, you know, the setting for the story that he wanted to tell. And that's okay. And if that's what he wanted to do with Napoleon, it didn't seem like he was inspired enough to do it. The movie is mostly about how Napoleon is kind of this just bumbling, cucked loser who stumbles his way into being a world leader and then just just as easily stumbles his way out of it. No Redux says Ridley Scott's still chasing that gladiator high. Well, I mean, if he's chasing it, he's not trying very hard. And the thing is too, like, there's obviously a lot of impressive technical work that went into this film, because like the Battle of Waterloo, as far as I can tell, was mostly shot practically. Now I haven't looked into the behind the scenes, so there's probably some CGI that I just didn't recognize as CGI, but the way it's shot, it looks like it was mostly done as a practically shot battle. And it's like the final battle of the movie, right? Because Waterloo is Napoleon's famous defeat. And there was no passion to it. There was nothing that really grabbed me and wowed me in that. And I know Ridley Scott can do amazing big battle sequences, like the opening of Gladiator. I'm going to compare this to Gladiator a lot because this is the kind of epic movie that Ridley Scott has been known for doing in the past and has proven that he could do really well. But here, I don't know. It's technically impressive that, as far as I can tell, they shot the Battle of Waterloo mostly practically. But there's no passion in it. There's nothing in there that really grabs you and wows you with the spectacle. It feels like it's like, okay, and here is our History Channel reenactment of the Battle of Waterloo with a movie budget. You know, it doesn't have the intensity or the energy of the opening battle of Gladiator. The main through line of the movie is mostly about Napoleon's relationship with Josephine, his first wife. And she's kind of like, I think Vanessa Kirby, who plays Josephine, I think if there's any awards to be had for this movie, there should be probably technical awards. Like I could easily see this winning costuming, but that also feels kind of boring because I'm sure there's, you know, it's Hollywood. If he wants to get a bunch of French Revolution era costumes, I'm sure there's a warehouse full of them versus like the costuming in a film like why am I blanking on the name? Killers of the Flower Moon, where a lot of that was like the costuming there was done by like Osage people. We're doing the costuming on that one, and that movie looked great in the costuming. But again, like I said, technical categories, and then Vanessa Kirby. I think her performance as Josephine is really good. Probably the only saving grace of the film. And it's just kind of about how she's cucking him. Like, it seems like basically every single military decision he makes has to do with, you know, whether Josephine is giving him attention or not. And it's very funny if the goal for this movie was to make Napoleon seem like a pathetic man, then sure, you did that. But the term Napoleon complex has existed forever, so we all kind of knew that already, right? Other than that, it didn't feel like Ridley Scott himself had any real passion for telling this story. It was just, well, Oscars are coming up, I better have something to submit. So, I wouldn't recommend this one. If you do see it, though, don't see the 4-hour version when it comes out on Apple TV Plus. I can't imagine it's going to be any better than the 2.5 hours I got. But yeah, sorry, Ridley Scott. I don't know. Some people strike it big really early, and then their career kind of fizzles out after that. And Ridley Scott's been at it so long that maybe he's just lost steam. Now, for the YouTube viewers, hello. This is a new segment, but I did just end my Napoleon review where I was talking about how there are creators out there who start out strong and then they just kind of peter out. And Next Goal Wins is the latest film by Taika Waititi, who is a director I have quite liked for a long time until recently. And the last couple things I've seen of him have been Thor: Love and Thunder, which was terrible, and Next Goal Wins, which was terrible. This is a movie about the American Samoan international soccer team, which was at the time the worst soccer team in the world. Like, they had never even gotten a goal in the history of their international competition. And so the movie's about they bring in this white guy to come in and coach them and teach them, and like, you know, they even like make commentary in the movie about, you know, oh, here comes the white savior to and like the movie does a, you know, kind of a subversion of that where he actually doesn't really have much to teach them at all. And like any kind of inspirational speech he gives them is something that he heard from someone else on the island or like from a movie or something like that. And but unfortunately it's one of those things where it's like it then just becomes, okay, this is a story about how the white man went to, you know, these simple folk on this island and learned from them to improve his own life. So it's got that unfortunate implication as well. And so for a film that's supposed to be about the American Samoan team, it's still unfortunately about the white coach who only coached them for like a season. Meanwhile, one of the characters is literally the first transgender athletes to compete in international soccer. But she's just a secondary character here. And I think she should have been the main character. I think this should have been about her. And oh my god, I have to talk about this, because if you are trans, you need to know this before you go into the film, that there is aggressive transphobia against this character by the main character. And so, like, I'm cis, and even I was like kind of taken aback that they went there. But there is a scene in which the coach aggressively dead names her. And he only apologizes for it after she first apologizes for body slamming him for dead naming her. And it's my understanding that, because this is based on a true story, that it's my understanding that the actual coach was not transphobic. They just wrote this in. And, like, I guess Taika wanted to, you know, have transphobia be the thing that the main character struggles with and gets over, because he does end up bonding with her so much that he accidentally calls her his dead daughter's name at one point. But to start it off with like such an aggressive transphobic action right at the start, it left a bad taste in my mouth. And in another time, in a place where, say, the ongoing attempts to genocide the trans community is like long in the rearview mirror, maybe you could make a story like this where you have that character do that and then grow from it. But right now, I feel like that was irresponsible. And Taika, as a cis guy, was not well suited to handling that. And I think it was inappropriate, and I don't think I think it ruins the movie for it. But yeah. Do you remember how M. Night Shyamalan made like 2.5 really good movies before everyone realized he was just following a formula and it got stale fast? Yeah, like after Love and Thunder and after Next Goal Wins, I think Taika has just kind of, I think he's worn out his welcome. You just start to see the same things that he does in all of his films, and it feels like he's just trying to coast on the quirkiness of his writing without like putting as much effort into it as he used to. But I would not recommend this movie. It's my understanding that there is a documentary also called Next Goal Wins. This one was based on, and I haven't seen that documentary, but from what people have said, they would recommend you see that instead. And considering that it's, about the first trans FIFA athlete, I don't know. Maybe we should go and watch the one that's actually got the first trans athlete in it, not just, a performance about it where they throw in transphobia that didn't actually happen in the real world, all to make a white guy have more of a character arc, Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I would not recommend seeing this one. Okay, I saw Godzilla -1. This is the latest Japanese Godzilla movie. Feels funny that I have to say Japanese Godzilla movie when really I should be specifying like American Godzilla movie for the ones that are made in America, because Godzilla is a Japanese franchise, but it got wide release here in the States, which is pretty unusual for a Japanese Godzilla movie. I don't think Shin Godzilla got a wide theatrical release. I don't think Godzilla Final Wars did. But I am going to maybe surprise some of you, but this is actually the first Japanese Godzilla film that I have seen all the way through. I've seen bits of others, but this is the first one that I've actually seen all the way through. And you know how the general rule for Godzilla movies is that the humans are just there to fill time until they can afford to bring out the monsters again? Well, in this movie, I found myself at points going, why are we spending so much time on this Godzilla battle when there's a human interest story I want to watch? Like, this actually has, like, a really solid human cast. The film is set right after World War II, and it's a film about the devastation and shame Japan carried after losing the war. The main character is a kamikaze pilot who deserted. And that's, the shame of that, of not doing his duty, and sacrificing his life for what was ultimately a futile effort. That is a conflict that he has to deal with through the whole movie. Most of the human cast, they're a found family. It's people who lost everything and everyone in the war. They come together first out of necessity, but then they grow to become a family together. Godzilla himself looks great. He's cartoonish a little bit because they're trying to go for that, man in a rubber suit aesthetic without like looking cheap. The special effects look really good. There are bits of it where some of the animation is a little more exaggerated than you would see in a Western movie where they're trying to make it look more realistic. This Godzilla is a little bit more cartoonish than the one in the Legendary films. but the way that he walks, it makes me think of like the old inaccurate models of T-Rex, right, back in like the early 20th century, late 19th century, where they pictured him as standing upright with his tail dragging on the ground. And the way that Godzilla kind of holds his arms actually look pretty small, kind of T-Rexy. So like that feels like the aesthetic that they were going for, is the old idea of how T-Rex would have moved around. There's also the animation of him charging up his atomic breath is super cool. So he, you know, he's got his back spikes. They like kind of jut out and like glow blue, starting from the tail tip, moving all the way up to his head. And like there's just, it's a really satisfying like chunk as they all like stick out one by one. That's a really cool animation. Like I said, it's nice to see. I mean, obviously everything at some point, like cinema kind of emerged out of Hollywood initially. So there's a lot of stuff that pretty much every other culture that has their own cinema has taken things from Hollywood. And there's a lot of that here. But it's also nice to just see what Japanese exclusive aesthetics you would have in a film like this, and that carries forward into the animation itself. No Redux says, isn't that from the US Godzilla? He did charge up his atomic breath by glowing blue along his spine in the US Godzilla, but very specifically, it's the back spikes sticking out as he's charging up. It's not just a glowing thing, it's they go they like stick out more as he charges up. It was a really cool effect. I don't know how well I'm able to describe it with voice, but that's really good. The film is also kind of an indictment of, like, you know, world powers and the Cold War, because, like, as Godzilla is showing up in post-war Japan, you know, right after World War II is over, it's just, I think the movie spans from, like, 45 to 47 or 48. And even though Godzilla is showing up and, like, attacking Japan, the US won't move to help because the USSR is like, oh, I don't know, sending the US Navy that close to the Asian coastline. We don't like that. So basically, you know, the two world powers at the time, they're not interested in helping Japan. And Japan's military has been gutted because of the war. And so there's so the film is kind of like an indictment about how the Cold War kind of screwed over the world, because, you know, here you have these world powers who could ostensibly deal with Godzilla, if not for, you know, their petty squabbles and their you know, desire for power more than, you know, protecting the world or anything like that. But there's also, like, still, with that indictment of the world governments, there's a lot of, like, national pride that's interwoven through the film. A very Japanese characteristic, national pride. But it's a pride in the people, not in the government. But it's also, like, there's kind of almost, like, a quasi-fascist vibe to it, because it is, like, ultimately, the governments aren't helping, so it's private industry that gets together. And so, like, it's the national pride around the private industry, which kind of has, like, the early vibes of, like, the way that, you know, fascism arose in, like, say, Nazi Germany, you know, with the combination of national pride and, like, nationalizing industry. I don't know if I'm explaining this super well, but just like I said, there was a little bit of a touch of kind of a fashy vibe there. But overall, I don't think it ruins the movie. I really quite enjoyed the movie. And like I said, the main character was a former kamikaze pilot, a deserted kamikaze pilot, and the film really addresses, like, head on the guilt that he feels for deserting, but also just the film like takes an objective stance against the use of kamikaze pilots, and I think it comes to a very satisfying conclusion at the peak of the storytelling. So yeah, I really liked this movie. And I would recommend seeing it. It was good. Now, give me a second before I get into my Invincible review, because I need water. It's also been like a week since I saw this episode, so normally for the TV ones, I try to watch them just, you know, the day before or the day of, but this was last week, so I will actually, before I do this, I need to use the restroom, so I will be right back, and then we will get into Invincible. Don't go anywhere. Hello. All right. Okay. So, Invincible. We have to talk about the elephant in the room. After 4 episodes, we're on a mid-season break. This has made a lot of people very unhappy and has even led to people criticizing some of the shortcuts being made in the animation of the show. A lot of them are levying the criticisms at the animators with zero understanding of how hard or how long it actually takes to make an animated series. So those people can go pound sand. But let's talk about the break before I get into the episode itself. Do I think they should have had the break? No. I think they should have waited until they were ready to release them all uninterrupted. But this is not a long break, okay? We're getting the other half of the season in January, so you only have to wait a month. And for some of you Zoomers out there, you might not know this, but this was basically standard for watching TV back in the day. Shows went on winter break. You basically you didn't get new episodes of your shows for 3 or 4 weeks in December. So for somebody like me who grew up watching TV in the 90s, this kind of just feels like a return to form for me. Though I will say I would have preferred that they not have the break. I think it does kind of kill the momentum. That being said, this episode does have kind of a big, climactic event that does have a logical, point to give some time to wait. And the previous episode, Invincible is contacted by some aliens saying, hey, we need your help because our planet is in danger. And he goes and then finds out that his dad is running that planet. And now I kind of am in a difficult spot when it comes to how to review this show, because I have to remember that not everyone's read the comics like I have, but the comics have been followed so faithfully to this point that I know where things are going. And because of that, it's kind of hard to I can't speculate because I know where it's going to happen or where it's going. And So like if something happens where somebody is, like, oh man, I can't wait to find out what happens next. Well, I know what happens next. So it like all that, a lot of that has kind of been spoiled for me. So reviewing it in that regard, I have to just admit that you're probably going to miss something from me just because I know where we're going. And so I don't have that kind of anticipation of wonder what'll happen. But I can say that we are really kicking into some of the best parts of Invincible. And this episode, Nolan tells Mark, he's like, hey, I brought you here because I have deserted my post and no Viltrumite has ever done that before. So they're coming for me. And I need you here so that we can take them on together. And so this episode is a big Viltrumite fight, because 3 Viltrumites show up versus Mark and Nolan, and it is exactly as brutal of a fight as you would expect to see from 5 Viltrumites. Noverdux says, I think the TV made Nolan a hell of a lot better than his comic counterpoint part at this point. Yes, I would say Invincible, the show, is paced better than Invincible the comics. Because in Invincible the comics, Nolan kills the Guardians of the Globe, and in the very next issue, he and Mark basically have their confrontation. Whereas in this show, he did it at the start of the season, and they don't have the confrontation till the end of the season. And it's, that interplay where they actually spend more time showing you the potential conflicts that Nolan's got in terms of, what he says he's here to do versus what his heart actually wants at this point. And yeah, I will say, and I don't think Robert Kirkman necessarily fully pulled it off in the comics, but like the ultimate goal is to kind of give Nolan a redemption arc. But like at some point, like when you have killed as many people as Nolan has, is that appropriate? Like, would it be appropriate to give Kissinger, rest in piss, Kissinger, would it be appropriate to give him a redemption arc? At some point, as a leftist, I do believe in rehabilitation, but I also think that at some point there's things that people do that are so heinous that it's like, no, you don't get that redemption. You had power and you used that to murder lots and lots of people. And Noverdux says there's also the part where the TV showed Nolan's time away from Earth. Yeah. And like I said, so this is a world full of bug aliens. They only live a year. Nolan has been made their emperor because they asked him to, because, Nolan lives for thousands of years. They all live 1 year. So having a leader that they know is going to be there gives them some stability. And also, turns out even though they look like, humanoid mantises, apparently they can still interbreed with Viltrumites. So Mark has a little baby brother. And because these species only live like a year, but with half Viltrumite DNA, this baby is growing very fast. He's only a couple weeks old at this point, but he looks like he's like 2. And having read the comics, I can tell you, yes, he is in fact going to be, kind of like a speaking character very shortly. Admiral Paco says redemption at that point is, to borrow a line from National Treasure, you still go to jail for a very long time, but you feel better on the inside. Oh man, they kind of do that. I mean, I don't, not to spoil too much for the future of this, but what you have just said feels very true to what we're going to be seeing from Nolan, because, spoilers for this episode, but this episode was a week ago, so at this point you've all seen it, or you know, whatever. But like, you know, Nolan loses this fight, and the Viltrumites take him to be judged for his desertion and to be executed. But that's not going to be right away. He's going to spend some time in jail, and well, we'll see what happens there. But the really, the big thing though, the big nice cliffhanger on that is that the Viltrumites tell Mark, hey, so you are now the sole Viltrumite for Earth, and your dad deserted, but you aren't going to, because if you don't do what we ask you to do, if you don't go to Earth and make them ready for Viltrumite conquest, we'll just obliterate it. So Mark now has to, you know, either prepare Earth for a more benevolent kind of Viltrumite empire, or risk them all just destroying the planet. So that puts him in an awkward position, I would say. But there's so much that I want to talk about because I have read the comics, but I also don't want to spoil too much, because if for people who just want to see it as the show plays out, we're in for really good things. Now, I imagine we're probably, for this season, not going to see any kind of big resolution to the Viltrumite arc, just because that's one that, you know, that's going to be basically wrapped up by the end of the series. But No Redux says, the Viltrumite monitor for Mark. Yeah. Anyway, I really like this show. I do think that they shouldn't have done the mid-season break, but it's not that long. You only have another month before new episodes come out, so you'll forget. I promise you will forget about that break once it's back up and running, okay? But I really like this show. And to talk more about the people who are complaining about the animation, because some of the animation in like the big fight with the 5 Viltrumites, there are moments where they do kind of, you know, have to, like there's bits where it's just like still drawings of some of the characters, like kind of stylistically moving across the screen, almost like you're just seeing like a comic book page visualized. Like you've probably seen some of those comic book pages where like they'll just cut out the character and kind of slide it across the background to give it a little bit more visual flair. And so they do that in this, and I did see some people complaining about that, but also like, you have no idea how hard animation is, and like how long it takes, and the kind of, you know, timelines that they're on, how many animators they have working on it. Animation's really hard. Animation is so much harder than live action. With live action, obviously, like, if you're doing heavy CGI, then you need animation for that. But if you're just like, if you just point a camera at things, everything that you're pointing at is something that exists. In animation, everything that you see had to be created by a person. Every single asset, every can of soda, every rock, every blade of grass had to be made by a person and put on there. Things that just seem mundane to you, work had to go into like actually showing that, versus if you're filming like a sitcom set in you know, like somebody's living room, you could literally just go to somebody's living room and shoot there, and it's already all there because they're filming in the real world. Animation is so much harder than people realize. And yeah, Noredex says the big fight is basically the remake of the comics. Yeah, it was. It's been I read through the comics right after the first season of Invincible because I loved the first season so much. I'm like, I gotta know what happens next. So it's been a couple years since I read that, but it all felt very familiar. So yeah. Oh yeah, and I don't remember the names or if they even gave them for all of the Viltrumites that show up, but the lady Viltrumite who's got a blade at the end of her braided ponytail, that was a really cool touch. I don't even remember if that was in the comics or not. It could have been. It's been a while since I read it, but like, yeah, she's just like, using her ponytail as a bladed whip. That was really cool. Anyway, it was a fun episode. It's really good. I can't wait to see what happens next. I know where we're going, and that's why I'm so excited for it. I really like this show, guys. And now we've got For All Mankind. Now, I missed last week because I didn't stream, so we are talking about 2 episodes here. We're talking about episodes 3 and 4. Now, when we last left off, I said I knew where we were going ultimately with the storyline this season on Mars, because one of the new characters, Miles, he's a Helios employee who goes to Mars because he thinks he can make some money for his family, and it turns out he's not making as much money as he thought, and he's not doing the job that he thought he was going to be doing on Mars, and there seems to be like a whole upper and lower class on Mars, class warfare. And so I was saying, okay, they're going to unionize, but I still think that could be the ultimate goal for this season. But if it is, it's taken a winding path to get there, because Miles has actually found a way to make more money on Mars, and it's because he has discovered a growing black market. Now, there's just like one guy who's been running the black market on Mars, but he ends up working with him and expanding it. They even get the North Koreans as clients, which I'm sure is going to have some fun geopolitical implications down the line. But one thing that I'm noticing about Miles that I probably should have expected that he wasn't going to go and unionize is he's kind of dumb, and he's kind of like going for the high risk, high reward stuff, which includes breaking into the North Korean habitat on Happy Valley Base, which is like literally considered sovereign North Korean soil. So like he literally crosses the DMZ to go and steal something from the North Koreans, and he's super lucky he did not cause an international incident by doing it. But he's also like he sent a Mars rock home to his daughter, but it was like this it was a volcanic glass, and when his wife says that she actually ended up selling it to a jeweler because the jeweler saw it, found out it was from Mars, and was like, I will give you $5,000 on the spot for that, which honestly I feel like he underpaid, for a Mars rock for $5,000. So now he's like, okay, well, I want to get more of those volcanic rocks so that we can sell them to jewelers on Earth. But he has to like go out on his own to gather them, and he takes risks and falls down a ravine, gets rescued, but like he's making some really, really dumb moves. Noverduck says a lot of people who serve said that the Mars base is more or less like the military divided between the officers and enlisted. Yeah, it does feel that way, but there's also like there's like a capitalist class element to it as well, because most of the grunt labor on the Mars base is Helios. They are working for a private company, versus the upper class are like the Helios executives on base, like like Ed Baldwin, and then the astronauts and cosmonauts. Those are like the upper crust, because they're the ones that the scientists there. They're doing like the piloting and the actual like scientific work and stuff like that, whereas the Helios employees, by and large, are doing grunt labor. And so, yeah, there's a growing disconnect between those two. And one of the big things that's happening is there's a coup in the Soviet Union. Gorbachev is couped, and there's a new guy taking over named Korzhenko, who kind of feels like a little bit of like they want to have their own version of Putin, but he's like trying to harken back to the glory days of the USSR. He wants to take them back to Lenin and Stalin. And one of his like hardliners is a Helios employee who starts like badgering one of the cosmonauts who was a Gorbachev supporter, and gets to the point where like he's so hostile to her that she pushes him while they're like on the Martian surface in their suits, and like he falls over and tears his suit, and like he doesn't die, but like they have to put him in a hyperbaric chamber, and like they don't know what kind of brain damage there's going to be, and it causes a whole incident where, you know, the USSR is like, we want to bring her back to Earth to stand trial for political crimes. And they're like, wait, we're not just going to let you, you know, like the people at the base are like, we don't, or at least the astronauts and everything are like, we don't want to just let her go and, you know, stand trial for a political crime when she was like very obviously like dealing with an asshole. But like also because the guy who was attacked was a Helios employee, kind of a grunt, a lot of the Helios people are just seeing it as like, oh yeah, of course they're all gonna, you know, close ranks around the cosmonaut and the astronauts, and let us Helios grunts, you know, just take the hits on the chin and expect them to expect the cosmonaut not to see any kind of repercussion for it. So there's a lot of tension growing there. But also because of the coup, because Korzhenko is now in charge of the USSR, because of the big regime change, there is a new head of Roscosmos who is a member of the KGB that's part of the KGB that investigates the other parts of the KGB. So she is like, she's, you know, who watches the Watchers, that's her, and now she's in charge of Roscosmos, and she gives Margot a job there. And I predicted, I don't know if I said it on the channel or if I just said it to my mom because we were watching the show together, but I was predicting that by the end of this season, Margot is going to end up running Roscosmos. And I think we're still on that trajectory. But right now, the leader of Roscosmos is a KGB agent who is using Margot to find out which engineers are hiding their mistakes so that they can be gulagged, which Margot didn't realize until one of them gets gulagged. So that's going to be an interesting story. Margot is somebody who always cared more about the science than the politics, right? Which is why she ended up betraying the US and defecting to the USSR, because she gave secrets to the Soviets to save them from having one of their shuttles blow up because they had stolen the Challenger plans. But in this timeline, Challenger never blew up because they caught that mistake, but the Soviet intel did not correct that mistake because they got an earlier version of the plan. So she leaks that to them, which then the KGB uses to continue pressuring her to give them more intel. And the intel that she was giving was always like, I just want to make sure that the science is getting done and that astronauts and cosmonauts' lives are not in danger. So that's how she always rationalized it, but well, she ends up giving them the nuclear secrets, which is that is a big treasonous move. So yeah, he's I doubt she's ever going to set foot on US soil again. It'll be interesting to see where she goes while she's at Roscosmos. And then there's one final thing that I want to talk about, and Danny Stevens, we haven't seen him this season. It feels like they're setting it up for like, we'll find out by the end of this season what happens to him, but there was a little bit like more of a hint where I thought that they might tell us something, because Ed and the other Danny, who's, why can't I remember her last name? Danielle Poole. She's the other Danny, D-A-N-I, not D-A-N-N-Y. D-A-N-I. She confronts Ed for always wanting to like pull favors out and give special treatments to people that he's close to, because Ed's kind of one of the big ones who wants Svetlana, the cosmonaut who assaulted the Helios guy. He wants her to not be extradited back to the USSR, kind of for personal reasons where he actually has a hand tremor that he hasn't told anyone about, which, being a pilot, is a big problem. But she was also a good pilot, and she was helping cover for it by doing the stuff that he couldn't do anymore. But now that she's going back to Earth to stand trial for assaulting somebody who was politically connected, he's kind of at the point where, like, they're gonna find out that he can't fly anymore. And he hasn't been back to Earth since last season. Like, he has been on Mars for a decade. And it's kind of like the character's in his 70s now. It's kind of time for him to retire, but, you know, he doesn't want to. It's going to be forced out of him. But anyway, in that whole conversation, Danny points out that Ed has always pulled out the stops for people that he's close to, often to the detriment of the program, because she begged him not to give Danny Stevens a spot on Helios, but he did, and Danny Stevens ended up causing the avalanche that killed like 5 people on Mars because he was, you know, popping pills and not monitoring a situation that he was supposed to. And then she kind of like starts to hint at what happened to him, and Ed's even telling her to say what happened, and like then she changes the topic. So they're still not going to let us know yet what happened to Danny Stevens. But if it were just that he died, like, they would have said so at this point. I think we are going to see him again at some point. I'm just curious what ultimately happened to him. But anyway, if you aren't watching For All Mankind, please start. It's on Apple TV. It is a really good story. It's a really good show. Alt history. It's fun to see. I love alt history kinds of things. It's also funny that Al Gore right now is the president, because the season set in 2003. Al Gore's the president. God, how would the world have been different just if that one change happened? But I really enjoy it, and that's all I got for that one. Okay. And with that, that's all of the reviews that I've got. But, well, let's see, it's 6:30. Why don't I go ahead and play some video games? Have I checked Blue Eye Samurai? No. I don't know anything about that, me. What is it? Is that an anime? Is that... kind of sounds like an anime, but it could be anything, honestly. Let me get some Mario going. It's in Netflix, it's an anime? Cool. Remember those 2 remakes? Which remakes? It's about an anime about the time Japan shut out foreigners. Oh, that sounds interesting. Let's go. And I thought about doing like live splits or something, but I think I'm just gonna kind of play more casually. Just hang out with chat while I am playing. But why don't I put something up to you? Give me a second here. Give me a second. I'm just setting up a poll here. All right. Giving you a choice of which character I do for this run. We can do Peach, Daisy, Toad, or Luigi. And Toad, you know, obviously there's 2 Toads, and there's Toadette as well, but just whichever Toad I'm feeling like. But we've got 1 vote for Luigi. Anybody else? Poor Yoshi's get named as color Yoshi's just like Red Luigi. Well, I mean, Yoshi is like a species, right? Oh, we got 2 votes for Toad. I think I want to do Yellow Toad. Yeah, let's do Yellow Toad. Alright. Go ahead and end the poll there. Let's go. Yeah. Might be a blackout in your building in half hour if you go silent. That's what happens. Okay, well, good to know. Hopefully there isn't, because blackouts suck.
So many visitors. Have a great time.
There are so many things to skip right at the start. Is there one more to skip? I think we're at the point where I can actually play the game now. Here we go.
Onward and upward.
Gimme.
Hey! Hi!
Oop. Come here.
Bye-bye.
Bum, 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 bum. That's right, I don't even have any bad powers yet. I keep wanting to do the boost jump, but I don't have any of that.
So you can get over there. Walking plants, huh?
Song time! Bum 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 bum. It's so cute. There may come a day where I'm tired of this level, but it's not today. I also see people who, like, kill these guys, and it's like, you monster. They stop singing when you kill them. You end the song when you do that. Don't do that. Don't shoot them. Bum, bum, bum. So, no Redux, if you're still there, tell me, or sorry, was it, oh, it was me who was asking about Blue Eye Samurai, but I guess either one of you, tell me about Blue Eye Samurai. Why should I watch it? Oh. Rude.
Love that sound.
So I think I saw that Star Trek Section 31 is supposed to start filming soon, or it might have already started filming soon. I do remember seeing that they had like, oh dear, at least production details for it. There we go. So I am excited to see new Star Trek. I think there might be a trailer for Discovery Season 5. Either it might already be out or it might be on its way, but I think we should be seeing more details about Discovery Season 5 soon. I know they said it was coming out early next year, but we still don't have a release date on that. So, still waiting for news on that one. I would like to know when the release date is because, like, you know, right now I am Star Trek-less, and Star Trek is kind of one of my big fixations. I got to review all the Star Treks, so I would like to find out when that comes out. I wish I could skip this part. Oh, by the way, I don't know if Sai is still here, but I did just, I rearranged things on my OBS, and I only just now saw that you gave me $25. So, Sai, if you're still here, thank you so much for that $25, but I missed it earlier.
This way.
There's so much of this game that I wish I could just, like, completely skip. I don't need this because if you wait for those coins, it slows you down. say it's James Baxter Pilled. I know James Baxter's an animator. I don't know much of what he's done, but I do know that they named that horse in Adventure Time after him, and he voiced that horse. And I think did he direct that episode, or did he direct the scenes with the horse in them, or something like that? But I don't know much else of what he's done. Here come the hoppos. There we go. That's what I want. I'm good. Oh no. No, you must go the other way. Yes, come back. Oh, I missed that. Oh well. That's fine. That's just coins. Hey, how did I miss you? I must get you. There we go.
Love that sound.
I feel like Toad as an elephant kind of gives me like Babar vibes. Did anybody ever read the Babar books or watch? I feel like there was like a show as well. Kind of looks like Babar. Come on back.
Last jump.
There we go. So, there was one show that I was thinking that I was originally going to review today, but I decided to hold off probably until my Monday stream. But, Doctor Who is back, and I didn't really watch the Chibnall era. I watched maybe about half of Jodie Whittaker's first season. But Russell T Davies is back now, and kind of, want to go over that. I watched the first episode. Because they air on Saturdays, though, I feel like it'd probably be better to get the reviews out for those on Monday. That way I'm not, lagging a week behind. So I'll probably just review the first 2 specials on Monday, because we'll be getting the second special tomorrow. And then I think Christmas we'll have our first episode with Ncuti Gatwa as the Doctor. So, probably do some Doctor Who reviews as well. I used to watch that show religiously. And with Russell T Davies back, that sounds like a good time to get back into it. What are my thoughts on Invincible episode 4? Well, I did do a review on it earlier, but I think they should have waited until they were ready to release them all before they did it. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of doing the gap, but in terms of the episode itself, I really liked it. There were some people who had complained about the some of the animation that was like, some of the freeze frames and stuff in the fight, but they really just don't understand how difficult and expensive animation is to make. And I thought it really captured the fight well from how it was in the comics. And I am excited where the show is going. But also, hey Axel, welcome in. I don't think you were here earlier, so. How has your night been? Oh, hey, Piftle Cakes. Yeah, he does look like Babar, doesn't he? He almost cried during the opening. Yeah, I really like Nolan as a character. Obviously, he's a monster, has done monstrous things, and his arc in the comics, obviously there's he starts out as a villain, so they have to do things to redeem him. And I did talk in my review about how at some point there are things that you do that are so monstrous that like redemption really isn't in the cards for you. Like Henry Kissinger, who just died. Like, there was no redeeming that guy. He killed 3 million people. But it is fiction, and we like to see villains get redeemed. And the MCU has Loki, who basically did the Marvel's own 9/11, and we all want to see him get redeemed. And the Loki show did a good job of that, and also him in Thor Ragnarok was a good one. So yeah, everyone likes to see a good villain redemption arc, and Omni-Man is a really good character, so yeah. Come on. Get me my coin. Night's been good. You just got back from a parade. Oh, what kind of parade?
Wow.
Okay, no, I've already got my fire. Oops.
Something feels.
Okay, we're good. Christmas parade. Ah, well, I mean, it is December, so 'tis the season. Yeah, my family, we got an Advent puzzle where comes in 24 pouches for the puzzle pieces, so we have just put together one little corner of it so far.
That was one.
Axel says, I now picture Avalanche playing during the Thanos snap. Was that song playing for Invincible episode 4? I don't really pay attention. I like the music choice in Invincible, but I don't necessarily always know what the songs are called. Or, okay. Yeah, I figured it was something like that, just, because of what we were talking about. The one thing that I'm just really curious to see how they handle, is Amber's storyline in the show, because she is a much bigger character and is so different from how she was in the comics that I can't imagine that they would just give her the kind of unceremonious writing her out of the story like they did for her in the comics. Like, it feels like she deserves more than that. I don't know what they're gonna do with her. Like, are they gonna change who is Endgame for Mark? I don't know. Do I think Nolan has actually changed? Here's a hint. Nolan's already changed. Nolan had already changed before the show even started. Nolan's time on Earth changed him, and that's going to be actually quite a big theme in Invincible, not just for Nolan, but for Viltrumites. Earth is a very important planet for Viltrumites. And not in the way that they think.
Wow, Zippy! Go, go, go! You got this! Look at you go!
New badge.
Go for it.
Oops. Dang it.
Deep breaths. You've got it. Impressive.
There we go. On a start, you linked what you saw from the Blue Eye Samurai poster, something inspired off of old Disney animations. Maybe wrong. Well, I mean, like all of anime owes its origins stylistically in part to Walt Disney. Like Japanese animation all came out of, watching Disney cartoons. So like the whole, the big eyes elements came from like watching stuff like Bambi, where they gave the animals big eyes to make them more endearing. But since I don't know anything about Blue Eye Samurai, I wouldn't be able to comment on that show specifically. Oh dear. There we go. Oh dear. Come on. Puppy says, you heard from someone that in Super Mario Brothers Wonder you don't have the spin jump from World, but how do they have the little mid-air spin from New, but not the spin jump that's done? They actually do have the spin jump. I'll show it to you. And then, actually, I did it once here, but yeah. Let's go to Swamp Pipe Crawl. Did Nolan actually wants to kill Mark before he had the flashback in Season 1? Nolan never wanted to kill Mark. But yeah, see? I got the spin jump. Oops. Yeah, like, Nolan's whole thing is that for a long time he's been doing what was expected of him without ever really questioning it until he came to Earth. And it's not just having Mark as a son. It's, there's something about humanity
They just keep coming.
that changed him. Yep, it's spin jump. Hey, there we go.
How is this happening?
Magic. I ain't gotta explain shit.
We're fine. Everything's fine. What are they?
They're pipe caterpillars. My ride! Don't leave without me. How long do I think it'll take until episode 5 comes out? It comes out first week of January. We don't have to wait that long. Yep. Like, a lot of people were like, "Oh no, we're on mid-season break," but it's not that long of a break. I think it just ends up being like a 6-week break altogether. It's not that long of a wait. We'll survive. I do think, like, I am glad that it's being released weekly. Maybe sometimes it's good to have something just get released all in one go. Oops. But I do feel like we've lost something when we're just having all these shows, like the Netflix model of just releasing an entire show in one go. Like, you lose the weekly, like the water cooler effect, you know, where you can go into the office or to school and talk with your friends about it and theorize about what's coming next. You don't get that when it all comes out at once. And also, like, when it all comes out at once, you don't necessarily know where everyone's at. It's like, you have to ask, wait, how much of it have you seen? And then they say how much they've seen. You have to remember, okay, wait, did this part happen before or after that? And, you know, you have to worry about spoilers versus for a show that comes out weekly, so long as some, you know, like, all you have to ask is, are you caught up? And, you know, then you can just talk about that week.
This pipe, it can't hold up. I warn you! Huh? What's this? Ooh. It's kind of catchy. You ready? Here we go.
Okay, got all of them. I don't like that Toad pulls out a cap to parachute on. I feel like he should take off the mushroom cap and, like, use that as his cap glide. I think that would be funny. I know it's part of his head, so they're not going to have him rip off his head to do it. But I think it would be funny. Oh, wait. Do I not have... I need... Yeah. Exiting course. Because I need to get an elephant. Is it Hoppos? Can I get elephant here? Yes. Okay. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to switch over to elephant and then grab that one. That way I could have had 2 elephants, but oh well. There, now I have 2 elephants. Oh dear. Well, at least I've got the one in backup, so we're good. I don't need that, because I already finished this one. Do I think Omni-Man is less evil than Homelander? Well, I think... I would say Omni-Man, just in terms of body count, has probably done more atrocities than Homelander. But in terms of personality, I think Homelander is irredeemable. Whereas I know Omni-Man is redeemable because that is his ultimate arc. So it's kind of tough there to like judge it based on how their characters are fated, how they're written versus what I think would be the case. But I would say that Omni-Man's evilness is like very much a borne out by just kind of he doesn't really see other species as equal to his own, right? Which is a flaw that ultimately like a lot of people would just run into anyway. I'm gonna need to do this one twice because I missed some of the badges. But that's okay, because I needed to do it twice anyway, because there's 2 exits here. Doesn't Homelander at least care about his son? Homelander cares about his son in as much as his son is an extension of himself.
You came the cool way.
He, quote-unquote, cares about his son in the way that, like, an abusive narcissist parent might care about their kid, right? It doesn't actually... whether it's true or not doesn't like redeem them as a person. But I think yeah, it's kind of hard to say, oh, who's more evil, who's less evil. Like, I mean, they're both evil people. They both do horrible things. So I guess at some point you have to, like, judge the why of it, right? Nolan does what he does because it's the culture that he was raised in. And it's, he's doing what he believes is good for the survival of his species. and he does objectively monstrous things that he knows that other people recognize as monstrous. So there's only, you know, so much leeway you can give him there. But he is ultimately, you know, a product of a very sadistic, violent culture. Whereas Homelander was ostensibly raised in this world, and while he was certainly not given the same upbringing that, like, you or I would be given, he still lives in ostensibly the real world, but also he never really had parents, right? He was raised basically in a lab, and the identity issues that he struggles with, right? Like the he's a deeply insecure person who unfortunately also has, you know, the powers of Superman, which makes him very dangerous. Nolan is, I would say, probably more willfully dangerous. He knows the things that he's doing, and he knows that other cultures recognize it as evil. Whereas with Omni-Man, like, obviously at some point you have to be responsible for the things that you do. But Omni-Man still has a very almost like childlike, like, you know, like Omni-Man, he's like the show plays him very much as like a Trump character, you know, the rich fail son who never got affirmation from his parents, just money. And, you know, with Omni-Man, it's he got power, but not love. And so, what does he do with his power? Well, he uses his power to try and find what he thinks is love. But, you know, that's a very twisted view of love and admiration.
Life's full of surprises.
I don't know. It's hard to say who's more evil, I guess. They're very different kinds of characters. If you ask me which one's more powerful, it's Omni-Man by a fucking country mile. Omni-Man was able to resist the pull of a fucking black hole. Like, holy shit. Noctab says, can we ask about your opinions on other bread tubers, or would that be drama frogging? It's probably... yeah, I don't want to just be shit talking on my stream, so... You can ask me about, like, you know, who I like and stuff, like, yeah. Hey, how do I get up there? I always have problems figuring out the exact... Is it like that? There we go. Hey, there we go. Oh, but I do want to go over this way. Eh. I need to watch Gen V. I've heard that's really good. Demon Mom and I, we usually do like movie nights and stuff together, but I think I was suggesting we could watch Gen V together.
Party's just getting started.
Come on. There we go. Do I think the Deep is irredeemable? I mean, I think basically every superhero other than Starlight is pretty irredeemable, just with how cynical Garth Ennis wrote The Boys to begin with, and, you know, just how cynically all of the superheroes are portrayed. Now, again, I haven't seen Gen V, and it's my understanding Gen V is about a bunch of, you know, superhero college kids, right?
Kinda dizzy.
So, like, ostensibly, maybe some of them are okay, because, you know, it's not like they're born evil. It's how Vought raised them. But the Deep, yeah, I mean, the Deep is just kind of pathetic, right? Now, you know, me as a writer, I probably wouldn't write characters who I think are just completely, fully, always irredeemable. But just knowing the kind of cynicism that Garth Ennis puts into his writing, I would say basically all of the 7 except for, you know, Starlight and Maeve are irredeemable. And Maeve is really only redeemable because of, you know, the writing in the show that changed her from how she was in the comics, I think. Face when you've never watched that superhero show and you think they're talking about the depths or the abyss in the Dark Souls. Yeah. No, the Deep, he's basically Aquaman. What do I think Starlight is a parody of? I don't think Starlight is a parody. Like, obviously, a lot of the 7 are parodies of the Justice League. Like, Homelander is obviously Superman meets Captain America. Black Noir is Batman. A-Train is the Flash. Queen Maeve is Wonder Woman. Who else do we got? The Deep is Aquaman. Is Aquaman stronger than Manus of the Abyss? Well, I have never played Dark Souls. So I don't know. Axel T says no Soldier Boy is Captain America. Well, obviously Soldier Boy is very explicitly like, you know, their Captain America thing, but also like I'm just talking about because Soldier Boy was added in like season 3, right? Versus like just the original inception of Homelander from the start of the show. No, my ride.
Way to go!
I need to experience Blight Town. It's that most beauteous location in any Souls game. Well, Souls games aren't exactly my, you know, favorite kind of game. I don't really like that kind of difficulty in my games, you know? Like, really the only Souls-like game that I've actually played and enjoyed was, and every time I call it a Souls-like, I know people are gonna say, it's not Souls-like, it's a Sekiro-like, but, like, from the outside, I can't tell the difference. But, Jedi Fallen Order, I really liked that game. And one of the big reasons why I liked it is it had a difficulty slider. Do I see Billy Butcher as a parody of the Punisher? Honestly, his design in the comics definitely looks more like the Punisher, but Garth Ennis wrote Punisher Kills the Marvel Universe, right? That was him? So maybe. What do you mean you don't like the game in which the politest fan-based feedback you receive is get good scrub? Yeah, no, like that doesn't sound like my kind of fun, you know? I don't think that every single character in The Boys is a parody of a comic book character in DC or Marvel or anything like that. But I can see the arguments that you would have that Billy Butcher's like the Punisher. I mean, the Punisher originally started as a Spider-Man villain. So he doesn't exactly get along with superheroes. The only thing you recognize Dark Souls for is for making evident the incompetence of game journalists. Honestly, I think probably the I don't think anything can beat the games journalist who could not get through the tutorial of why am I blanking on the game? It was the Cuphead. Yeah. The guy who could not beat the tutorial for Cuphead. Now, Cuphead is a hard game, don't get me wrong, but like, oh my god. If I don't know, out of every superhero, Garth Ennis hates Captain America the most. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I feel like Garth Ennis got worse the longer his career went on. Like, some of his earliest comic work was his run on Hellblazer, John Constantine's book. And Dangerous Habits, his first story for John Constantine, that was an amazing comic. That's still probably one of my favorite comics ever written. I don't know, it just feels like he kind of lost that and just became like a cynical 15-year-old. Beat chip. Didn't the journalists later on write on how they got used to the settings later? You think they spoke positively of Cuphead? I mean, could be. Entirely possible. I just remember there was a journalist who, like, was, like, face planting on the tutorial, which is very embarrassing. If you're a games journalist, you should probably be, like, good at games. Although there is probably something to be said for somebody who just has like a casual gamer skill level, because a lot of people are that kind of a gamer, and maybe seeing a journalist struggle on a tutorial might tell people, hey, this game is not easy, and if you're looking for a casual experience, you should not play Cuphead. Cuphead is not for casuals. Oh, I missed a seed somewhere. I gotta come back and find what seed I missed. Do I think season 4 will be the last season of The Boys because of Butcher's condition? I have no idea. Like, you know, and like the show could go on without Butcher even, I think. Or they could just come up with some magical solution to cure his brain thing. Who knows? I know they've already veered off wildly from how the comics went, so like it's anybody's guess what they do. Your fish, gay fish, bringing out the soul's attitude of hating those filthy casuals. I do hold the opinion, though, that if you're going to make a difficult game, that you should have an easy mode for it. Or, like, you know, back in the 90s, every game had cheat codes. Like, every first-person shooter had a god mode somewhere in it. And, like, the idea was, you paid for the game, you should be able to see the game. And you know, there is prestige to be had in beating the game legitimately. Like, you know, there's bragging rights to say, yeah, I beat it on hard difficulty. Okay. Oh, it's you. Oh, okay. I didn't do you twice. That makes sense.
Should come back sometime.
You don't feel really clean just casually playing out the level select code and Sonic the Hedgehog and then just going forward like that. I mean, you know, it's personal preference. Back in the day, I would often pull up on my Genesis the level select code so that I could play specific levels that I wanted to. And obviously, I beat the game legitimately, but sometimes you just kind of wanted to have fun. Now, I was basically never any good at what am I thinking of? Over here. I was basically never any good at first-person shooters. I've basically never been that good. So when I was playing first-person shooters in the 90s and early 2000s, I was almost always playing them with cheats. And I'm glad those cheats existed, otherwise I would have spent a lot of money for games that I wouldn't have ended up seeing the ends of. If I don't know noir means black, yes, I do know that noir is French for black. Yes, I know that. Film noir is, you know, yep. Also, welcome back from your nap, Sai. I didn't catch your $25 dono earlier, so I wanted to thank you for that now. It got caught in between the 2 super chats that I got, so, yeah, thank you for that. Oh, you know what? Do I want... Yeah, I'll just grab you. Why not? No, Minecraft does not count as a first-person shooter. It's because you can shoot with an arrow does not make that a first-person shooter. First-person game, but
We just float here.
do I think Black Noir actually cared about Homelander? Yeah, probably. How do I not have the dolphin badge here? Did I miss that? Or do I just not get that yet? It's... Oh shit. Ooh, dodge that guy. Over here.
Oh, that was
Wakame, the Wakame algae tastes sweet, by the way. Good to know. I've actually never heard of that before. Is the penguin power-up gone in this game? Yeah, no, the penguin power-up is... which New Soup game was that even in? Because I think that was in one of the New Soup games I didn't play. Was that New Soup Wii? Because I played New Soup Wii U, and I played original New Soup on the DS. I think those are the only ones that I've played. Oh yeah, okay. So no, there is. I just didn't get the badge yet. Here we go. Should have got the badge first. Oh, the golden algae in the background says Wakame. Okay. There we go. Did I ever see this web series called Death Battle? Was that the one where they would, they would do... Was it both live action and animated? Like, that sounds familiar. Like, it was a show where they would have a battle between two people from, like, different, franchises, to see who would win. Is that what you're talking about? Because it sounds like I watched some of those episodes. I feel like did they do an episode that was Homelander versus Omni-Man, where like Omni-Man was basically just toying with him the whole time, like he let him get licks in just to show him how hopelessly outmatched he actually was. That's like a long-running series, isn't it? Like, it's been on YouTube forever, it feels like. Speaking of another long-running series that just put out a new episode, there is a new epic rap battle. It just came out today. First one in a year. And it's Henry Ford versus Karl Marx. I need to watch it again. I only watched it once, so I know, like, a lot of people like to make fun of ERB, you know, meme on it and stuff, but, like, I liked that show. That was my era of the internet, right? Like, I've been to a live show of ERB before, so I like him. New episode of Salad Fingers? What the fuck? Salad Fingers... Jesus, no, that's... Next you're gonna tell me there's a new episode of Weeble and Bob. The new upcoming Death Battle episode of Goku vs. Superman Part 3. Oh, so they've been doing it in parts. I mean, that makes sense. If you're doing DBZ, you've definitely got to have it spelled out, because I'm guessing the first episode was just Goku having constipation the whole time. Let's buy some of these. There we go. Just wanted to get it down to 500. Do dogs exist? Dogs are a hoax. Do I think Superman is unbeatable? Of course not. Superman has lost fights many times.
This place is dangerous. I'll just wait here. Not like I've got much choice.
Jackfruit tastes like meat. What is jackfruit? Well, obviously it's a fruit, but like, what does it look like? Where's it from? I've never heard of jackfruit before. It's a big fruit. But that's interesting. A fruit that tastes like meat, so it's a savory fruit. Well, Superman can totally beat Omni-Man in a fight. Yeah, I would say Superman is probably stronger than Omni-Man. But it would certainly be a, it's not like Superman would just, like, clean the floor with him. That would be a pretty big knockdown, drag-out fight. Jackfruit originates from India. Good to know. Hey, Requiem Punk, welcome in. How are you doing? It's funny, I was like looking at your name, I'm like, is that Japanese that I need to read? Then I realized, no, it literally says Requiem. It's just spelled just uniquely. You're doing fun? Wow. I mean, I have fun, but I didn't know you could do fun. That sounds impressive.
Pretty please.
Do I think Robin will ever be in the DCEU? Yeah, I mean, they've already confirmed that Robin is going to be in the next Batman movie, or at least the Brave and the Bold. Now, it's not going to be the Dick Grayson version; it's going to be Damian Wayne. But yeah, they're doing them.
What's with all the ice blocks?
But also, I guess not the DCEU because that's over now. It's the DCU. That's James Gunn's version, which you give. Thank you. No, do not. When are we watching the Napoleon movie? Well, I already reviewed it. We're not watching any of these movies. I would get my channel taken down for that. But yeah, no, I did a review of it earlier in stream. Also, hey, Gorilla Monkey, welcome in. Yeah, so Nakatab, I don't know if you were here for the review itself, but I don't necessarily see a problem with doing a historically inaccurate movie so long as there's, like, you know, a general good purpose to the story. Like, this is not Ridley Scott's first, like, historically inaccurate historical epic, right? Because he did Gladiator, which, like, nobody would say that's at all historically accurate, but it was still a really good movie. I just don't fully get what he was even going for with Napoleon, right? Like, he did not feel inspired to make that movie. How big is Napoleon? You know, how tall was Napoleon in real life? I don't actually know. I mean, Joaquin Phoenix is not like a short man, so they don't really play up that Napoleon is like a short guy. They definitely played up his insecurity aspects, but mostly like in relation to his relationship with his wife. How strong is Professor X in the X-Men movies? I mean, well, with Cerebro, he's able to basically control the minds of everyone on Earth. So I would say pretty powerful. And now we just do the other exits.
You can do it!
Oh dear. Come on, kick me. In contrast, Jojo Rabbit is a pretty good movie for a history class because you can easily train fiction competence with it. The film does communicate that historical accuracy is not the goal. Yes, that's true. Whereas with Napoleon, it does still kind of present itself as just a historical epic. It doesn't, like, go out of its way to get more fantastical with its historical inaccuracies. Versus like Gladiator, which was another Ridley Scott film, you can still tell that it wasn't really going for historical accuracy. It was more stylized there. I mean, they even have, you know, he has visions of his family in Elysium, right? So there, you know, when you get into the supernatural elements like that, you're already taking a departure from like being a historical epic. So there were ways that Gladiator signaled that it's telling a story using a historical era as a backdrop, but not trying to be a historical epic. And yeah, I don't have problems with movies not being historically accurate, but like you should demonstrate that you're not trying for historical accuracy and not just do that in like interviews where you're yelling at people for pointing out the historical inaccuracies. Because if people walked out of your movie and said, well, hang on, there were some historical inaccuracies there, then you didn't do a good enough job communicating that to them, that wasn't the point of the film. Right? Like, nobody walked out of Gladiator, I would hope nobody walked out of Gladiator thinking that Commodus was killed by a gladiator in a one-on-one match, right? Like, I think we all pretty well understood that that was just a fiction for the film. But depicting Napoleon shooting on the pyramids, well, that looks like something he could have actually done, right? So the fact that he didn't do it, but they depicted him doing it, you know. And it's not like if he didn't shoot on the pyramids, it would have changed anything. It was like such a minor part of the movie. Imagine watching 300 and thinking that shit was real. Listen, a lot of people really did. Obviously, it was like, you know, like, I mean, obviously people knew that it was exaggerated, but like a lot of people thought that like the broad strokes of what it was telling were true, when in reality there were a lot more than just the 300 Spartans there. There were thousands of other soldiers there as well. And the movie just paid lip service to that by it's like, oh yeah, these men from the other cities, you know, they're farmers, and so they die well, they do their jobs. And yeah, 300 is like that's like just a perfect example of a fascist film, and like it's very enjoyable as a fascist film. Like you can definitely see the appeal of the fascist aesthetic in that movie. So I think it's probably just like a good like thing to point to say, okay, this is what fascism is, kids. And like that's why, like, I think Zack Snyder did a good job with it, because Zack Snyder really has that fascist. I don't think Zack Snyder himself is a fascist, but he definitely keeps falling into the fascist aesthetic. It worked really well in 300 because 300 is a fascist story written by a fascist. Frank Miller is a fascist. So Zack Snyder was well suited to that. And I think, you know, even though it is a fascist story, I think it's still enjoyable. You just have to have awareness of what's the story that you are engaging with is. And be aware of the messages that it's trying to impart, and be aware of how it's wrong in giving those messages, right? Oop, shoot. Oh no. Oh, I almost got it.
Always believe.
5 feet and 65 inches. Do you think maybe he was 65 inches total? Because actually, what is 65 divided by 12? That's 5 feet, 5.41. So like that's like 5'4", 5'5". Yeah. I think what you looked at was just saying that he was 65 inches, not that he was 5 feet and 65 inches.
It's snowing. Ever wonder where snow comes from? Oh, this is
Oh no! Give me my thing. Oh, nice. I didn't even know that I could pick that up by just tossing the POW at it. Napoleon was of average stature for his time. Nowadays, he'd be short. Yeah, people just have to remember that nutrition standards back in the day, like, you know, we have gotten so much better at nutrition. People back in the day they just were shorter because, you know, they lacked adequate nutrition. I mean, that's the reason why there is a stereotype of Southeast Asians being shorter on average, and that's because for a lot of these countries, a lot of like people in the rural areas, just they were subsisting on like nothing but rice, so they were now malnourished, and that's why they, you know, they look shorter on average. But like with proper nutrition, people in Southeast Asia will grow just about the same height as everyone else. France went through a famine before the revolution. Well, but even just ignoring, like, I mean, sure, a famine is definitely going to impact that, but just in general, nutrition standards today are like insanely better than they were at any point in human history.
Are they after
And that's not to say that there aren't problems with it now, obviously, especially in like American cuisine where we have so much, you know, high fructose corn syrup and everything that, you know,
Don't spit it all in one place.
that's why Americans are so much fatter, is because of the corn industry, basically. Come on down. Oops. There we go. I know I could get up here. Oh, it's just the one up? Never mind.
Nice.
Local stores here sold American soda for a week, then had to stop after a person with a severe stomach ache. Well, right, so in the States, like, there is, something called Mexican Coke. We just get, you know, Coke from Mexico, but we call it Mexican Coke. And it is superior to just normal Coke because it uses cane sugar, not high fructose corn syrup. No! You bitch. Oh dear. Oh yeah, throwback. That uses cane sugar too, right? Oh dear. Damn. Nope, over here. Alright. I am small, so I need you to get this as well. Which Napoleonic war outfit is better looking? Unfortunately, I wasn't really paying attention to the wardrobe for Napoleon that closely. I think they all look too ostentatious for me. His hat is silly. The hat was useful to avoid friendly fire. That makes sense. There we go. And then I'm going to start and not complete the special stage just so that it gets in my map so I can warp to it later once I've got the right badge for it. Oh wait, that's right, we got the jump first. Spring feet, let's go. Oops.
All right, this way.
There we go.
All right, this way.
There we go. Why is Napoleon afraid of bunnies? I don't know. Why is he afraid of bunnies? Oh, that's right. I was just doing this to get this to show up in the map so I can warp to it later. Alright, have a good night, Piftle Cakes. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, shoot. There we go. Napoleon almost got killed by a rabbit colony? Really? What happened? That sounds wild. And embarrassing. There we go. Oh, Jesus. Hundreds were kept in cages upon release. They went for his legs. Holy shit. Okay, that makes more sense than if there were hundreds of them. Yeah, I'd say they're justified too.
Go for it! That's a lot of piranha plants.
Oh dear. Let's go back. Alright, let's get some speed going. There we go.
Almost there.
You think the rabbits came from Britain to kill Napoleon?
Quite the climb, huh?
Man, I'm learning new things about Napoleon. Here, I thought the whole "why was Napoleon afraid of rabbits?" I thought that was like the setup to a joke. I didn't realize that like there was actual lore where he almost got killed by fucking bunnies. That's funny. Oh no. Rude.
Way to climb.
Nope. I need to go back. Hi, hello. There we go.
This part looks different.
Just imagine the history books of the bunnies one. You know, it's interesting. Napoleon nowadays is more just seen as kind of like you know, we get the Napoleon complex where he's just kind of seen as a man-child who did conquering. But like before that, like, you know, before we had Hitler as like shorthand for who is an evil dictator, it was Napoleon. Now, no, Hitler was also kind of a pathetic man-child, but because of the horrors of World War II, you know, people tended to portray him as more like
Play again.
competently evil, just because of how many people he killed. But like, I do appreciate media that accurately acknowledges that the Nazis were kind of pathetic. Not to underestimate them. You know, fascism is certainly dangerous and it should be taken seriously as a threat, but fascists should not be taken seriously as people, because they're really pathetic. Napoleon tried to kill himself with a pill? There we go. It's illegal to name pigs in France Napoleon. They'd probably ban bun 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 self bnu you, etc. It's illegal in France to name pigs Napoleon? Really? Is that true? Wait, wasn't one of the pigs in Animal Farm named Napoleon?
Oh, hi there. Going up or going down?
France in general has very regressive language laws. You cannot use anglicisms in gaming. This means that level is niveau. Esports are translated into a long, unholy French term I cannot recall. Yeah, French like literally has like a like they've got their own like committee that maintains the language standards, which isn't how languages actually work. Languages just naturally evolve, and they're just trying to like combat that. It's a little snooty of them. And unfortunately for them, Canadian French exists. So, haha.
Fit right in around here.
Oops. I just stay here. Why do Scottish people wear skirts? Well, a kilt is a traditional garb. They wear it because they wear it.
Nice job. You did great back there.
I actually don't know what the origin of the kilt is. But, like, I'm pretty sure that the kilt predates the conception of a skirt as a feminine garb. Actually, it's funny, like, I have seen people, like, get actually mad when I say that a kilt is a skirt. Because in their mind, skirts are for women. And so if you call a kilt a skirt, you're saying they're wearing women's clothes. And, like, it's like, no. I mean, most skirts in general Western culture are generally considered to be women's garbs, but kilts are masculine attire. But sorry, they are in fact skirts. Like, look up the definition of a skirt, and it will describe exactly what a kilt is. Fuck is blocked in live chat. Yeah, that's probably just YouTube's standard filters. Yeah. A kilt is the manliest of manly clothing items. How dare you call it a skirt? Yeah. I've worn a kilt before. I mean, I was like a little kid in Brigadoon at the time. You know, I think I was like 3 or 4 when I was in Brigadoon. My mom made me my kilt for it. But I've worn a kilt. Oh no. Actually, my mom put me in a dress as a baby because there was a mother-daughter brunch that she wanted to go to, but she didn't have a daughter at the time. So she just put me in a dress and used the feminine form of my name so that she could go to it. Have I heard of the game called Mugen? No, I have not. You play from Mama Besh's part, yeah. Actually, it's funny. She's like, apologize for it later. I'm like, what's there to apologize for? Nothing wrong with doing that. Oh dear. Oh, thank God, it didn't kill me. It just hurt me. I thought it was going to smush me. Was Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. canon to the MCU? Depends on who you ask. I will argue that at least up to season 4, it fits perfectly fine within the MCU, but basically it seems like it branches off once they started doing the time travel stuff, because like the Thanos snap really didn't appear to have happened in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So I would argue once they started doing the time travel stuff, they moved to an alternate universe where the Thanos snap never happened. And then at the end of the series, when Fitz comes back, I think they probably moved back into the main MCU timeline, because Fitz uses the Pym particle, quantum tunneling time travel suit to go and catch up with them, and he's like, I'll bring you back to the right universe. So that was my read of that, was that he was bringing them back to the MCU. Why are there no Italian people in the Discord? It's a joke. You can be Italian in the Discord. It's just one of those internet memes where it's, What do I think the Defenders were doing during the events of Endgame and Infinity War? I would say they probably all got snapped. For a while, I was just kind of assuming that the Defenders weren't canon to the MCU, basically up until Charlie Cox showed up in Far From Home, or sorry, in No Way Home. It was at that point that I was like, oh, okay, maybe they are going to consider that stuff to be MCU canon. Because up until that point, there had just been, like, no actual acknowledgement of those shows. You thought his name was Matt? Well, yeah, Charlie Cox is the actor. Matt Murdock is the character. Why don't Blunderbuss have a bayonet? I couldn't tell you. I don't know that much about... Oh, I didn't get the top. I have to do this again. Son of a bitch. I'll come back to it after I've got the boost jump. Of course, I am just doing kind of... I guess I'm doing a full clear, but like I usually start over at the beginning of every stream anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
Whoa, careful!
No, of course you don't have to watch Daredevil to see his stuff in other MCU things at all. Yeah, no, it's totally fine just to have him show up there and be introduced again. But I would say there had been like questions about the canonicity of those shows. Son of a bitch, that was rude. But I would say having Charlie Cox show up in Spider-Man said, okay, yeah, no, those shows are canon to the MCU. It's just they had to be very like cagey about references to the broader MCU. Like they couldn't say some of the superhero names. Like, you know, they could say the guy with the hammer but not Thor. They could say the big green guy but not Hulk.
What'll it be?
I just realized that the bubble suit is useless against these guys, so... Oh, come on. There we go. There we go.
Hi again.
Rude. Come back here and answer for your crimes. I make it. I made it. Has Paul Ziga been doing a backwards Hadouken since 1992? I don't even know what you mean by that. The only thing that I know about Paul Ziga is that he's does a podcast with TJ Kirk, and every time he talks to Vosh, he ends up screaming like a baby. Do I think John Walker did nothing wrong? No, John Walker like just straight up murdered a guy in broad daylight when he could have apprehended him easily. I like John Walker. I think he's I think he's definitely a victim of the military-industrial complex. He's trying to do his best. And he suffers from a lot of survivorship guilt, obviously, but also just like feelings of inadequacy and like I think he's a very understandable character I think he's a very well-written character. But he obviously has done things wrong. You can say fuck, it's just it depends. Sometimes sometimes YouTube's filter catches it, sometimes it doesn't. I wish YouTube gave me tighter controls about what I can and can't allow, because I don't care about swearing, but like, you know, it's got its filters so that, you know, like if somebody comes in just to hurl a bunch of abuse, it gets filtered out. But gotcha. Son of a bitch. You sometimes call Sam Captain Falcon by accident. I think if you say Captain Falcon, people will understand who you're talking about. Oh, I already had it. Never mind. Well done. Oh, and I missed your question earlier, Axel. Do I think that John Walker's going to be in Captain America 4? No, I don't think he is. I think we're going to see him... Oop, I need to stomp on you. I got distracted. I think we're going to next see him in Thunderbolts. If he is in Captain America 4, it will probably be like a post-credit scene to set up the Thunderbolts, right? Because Thunderbolt Ross himself is going to be in Captain America 4. He's president now. So, you know, it makes sense for him to be like, I'm setting up the Thunderbolts. Also, it's because William Hurt's dead, Ross is now being played by Harrison Ford. So that should be interesting. I look forward to the press tour that he is contractually obligated to go on, just to see how absolutely grumpy he is at promoting it. Oops. Because Harrison Ford is an ornery guy. It is so funny to see him in interviews where people like ask him lore questions about Star Wars, and he's just like, fuck the fuck off. I don't care about Star Wars. Like, somebody asked him if he was a Force ghost in The Rise of Skywalker, and he's like, how the fuck should I know? They just paid me money to do a thing. What was that song in the first part with the bass line? Oh, you mean for the first part of Stream, like my background music? That one is a song that I wrote. I think yeah, there's a video of it on my channel. You can also find it in my Bandcamp. There's a link in the description. It's called Gayfesh Will Kill You, or on Bandcamp it's called Gayfesh Will Skill You, because Bandcamp had delisted my page because I had a violence title in there. But yeah, that's what it's called. What do you mean I don't even stream? Oh, well, if you weren't talking about the song in the first part that has the guitar or bass or whatever, I don't know what you're talking about then. Were you talking about something in the game here? You'd need to be more specific. I really wish that little heart icon thing wasn't like overlaying the first message in chat. It's so annoying as a streamer, because like I'll get a new message and it'll cut off like 1 or 2 words of it because of the heart that I can't hide, and it's annoying. How long is the stream? Your eyes are red. I'm probably gonna be going another hour or so. But if you need to go to bed, don't let me keep you up. Gotcha, puppy. Man, I did want to wear that. Oh, I almost. Oh no, I didn't want to hit that. That slowed me down.
You're doing great! Go, go, go! Look at you! Keep going! Wow!
Who do I think will be the new Iron Man? Are they bringing in a new Iron Man? I don't think they are. I mean, they've got Ironheart. She's getting her own series, but and they've got Rhodey as War Machine. But I don't think they're going to be doing a new Iron Man, unless you've heard something I haven't. When is the Napoleon? The Napoleon movie is already out.
Say the ocean tastes like tea. I love the beach.
Oop, I need you.
I'm impressed. How are you?
Is the Napoleon movie only in theaters? As far as I know right now, yes, but it should be on Apple TV Plus soon, because it was produced by Apple TV, so, or it was by Apple Studios, I guess. So
Storms are brewing.
and it's also getting like a 4-hour cut on Apple TV. Not that I think that would be worth watching, because the normal movie itself was not that good. I can't imagine adding an hour and a half extra is going to improve it.
Dazzling! Go, go! You're standing on end. Nice work!
What do I think would have happened if Disney never owned Marvel?
Play again.
That's a good question. I mean, they were still planning to do the whole Avengers thing before Disney bought Marvel, because Disney bought Marvel in 2009, and Marvel Studios was starting its thing in 2008 with, well, and I guess they actually started before 2008 because their films came out in 2008, because they had 2 in the pipes. They had Iron Man and the Incredible Hulk. But they were still always planning to do an Avengers team-up movie. I think Marvel probably set the tone for what Disney movies were going to be, as much as Disney set the tone for what Marvel movies are going to be, because a lot of the other Disney films that they've been doing have been taking pages from Marvel, especially like the Disney Star Wars, right? So yeah, it's kind of hard to say. I genuinely don't know. I think there probably would have been more creative issues in regards to films that they released under different studios, because The Incredible Hulk was released under Universal, and I think Universal still owns the film rights to a solo Hulk film. Whereas like Iron Man was released under Paramount. So, the studio that releases the film has final say on what the film is going to be, and when you have different studios competing on that stuff, you might run into issues where having a cohesive narrative might run into issues because the studio could just be like, no, we want something else. That was kind of it's honestly like the deal that Disney and Sony have for sharing Spider-Man. It's kind of amazing that it's lasted as long as it has. I mean, it like literally fell apart for a little bit. Like they said that Spider-Man Far From Home was going to be the last collab with Disney and Marvel, but then they were able to get that deal back together. So I think there's going to be a Pinky Blinder 2. I do not know what that is.
Oh, hi.
You have a feeling Spider-Man 4 will be Peter's last appearance in the MCU? I have no idea. The future is unwritten. I think as long as Amy Pascal and Kevin Feige are in charge in their respective studios, they'll work their hardest to make sure that this deal remains intact. Because it's been a pretty good deal for the both of them. There we go. Come on, son of a bitch. But, then again, Pascal and Kevin Feige, they're more, the creative executives. They're not as much the pencil pushers, right? They're not the financiers as much. They're not the come on. Would you... There we go. It's always hard to remember where these things are. There we go. You see a movie called Lady Napoleon on Netflix? Well, that's not the Napoleon movie. That's Ridley Scott directed. Puppy, no, Incredible Hulk is MCU canon. It's fully MCU canon. It's just that Ed Norton gets recast as Mark Ruffalo, but that's not the only time that the MCU has recast. Rhodey got recast between Iron Man 1 and 2. And Thunderbolt Ross made his first appearance in The Incredible Hulk, and then he showed back up in Civil War and Endgame. I don't think he was in... Was he in Infinity War? Yeah, no, he was Infinity War and Endgame. That's right. He was in both of those. Oh, what was that? I didn't even know this was here. Did Edward Norton quit of his own free will, or did he get fired? They decided not to work with him for the next one. Like, I don't think he had been signed to a multi-film deal or anything like that. They just decided not to work with him again. He wanted more, like, he wanted basically full creative control on his films. He actually wrote... He did a lot of rewriting on the script and ended up writing the shooting script for The Incredible Hulk. But he did not end up getting the writing credit for the film because the final film, as it resembled, like they basically edited it to mostly resemble the original scripts that they had before he made his changes to it, and him getting cheated out of that made him not want to come back as well, I think. So I think it was like I don't know if it was they decided. I'm actually trying to remember now. Was it that they decided not to bring him back, or was that he didn't want to come back? I don't even remember anymore. Because I said they fired him, but now I'm actually not sure. I do think that they kind of simultaneously, like they both at the end of the day agreed that he was not going to be a good fit for the vision of the MCU that they had. I need to change my badge. Because I think I still have the Dolphin Kick badge. So Bruce somehow got plastic surgery and a shave in between Hulk and the Avengers. Recasting, just sometimes it just happens. Like, the most that they did for the Rhodey recast between 1 and 2 was Rhodey said, "Look, it's me, I'm here, deal with it." So, Hipster Raid, hey! Welcome in, Coomer Nation, that's right. I was trying to remember what y'all call yourselves. Come on in. How was your stream? Tippy Wick Raid, let's go. What Tipster talk about today?
Come and get it. Oh, yeah!
For Tippy Stan. Cooper Nation? No, Coomer Nation. Tipster is a bit of a Coomer. And so are his fans. Hey, Trans Girl Jade. How you doing? Okay. Now I have to remember this guy comes. That guy almost always snipes me right after I get this power up. There we go. No! Well, I should get another chance to get a elephant power up. Son of a bitch. Hey, Tippy Raid. Okay, looks like now we've got the Tipster Raid, because we had some preliminary people coming in, but now I see Tipsters actually here. How was your stream, Tipster? What'd y'all talk about? You started the last world, you need to finish the game. All right. Oh, yeah. By the way, Tipster. Trans Girl Jade also has Mario Wonder now. We need to do like a group stream because we all got it. Oh, I didn't even change my badge. I still have the Dolphin Kick badge. I need to remember to change that for next world. Covered the Oz Media stuff. I caught just like little snippets of his stream. He raised like 25K in like what, an hour? That was insane. How much did he end up making by the end of that? feel that fuck is not a bad thing to say in a PG-14 movie. Well, I don't know if there's a PG-14 rating. There's a PG-13 rating. But yeah, I agree. I think the standards of what is allowed and not in movies, it's so puritanical. $35K at the end of it? Nice.
Nice job.
Good, I'm glad for him. Blair really screwed him over, and good to know that the community can all come together and help him out. By the way, if you haven't yet, please make sure to drop a like on the stream. Also, if you enjoy what you're seeing, consider subscribing. And if you're feeling generous, there is a link in the description that you can donate to me, and I would be eternally grateful for any money that you want to throw my way. I also have super chats, but YouTube takes like 30% of those. And the link in the description just goes direct to my PayPal, so the only thing that I don't get is just the PayPal transaction fee. So, you know, if you're enjoying what you see and you have the money to spare, give it to me. And I keep forgetting to change my badge, but fortunately this time I was actually good for it. Yeah, Montana Schmidbauer, this is like my umpteenth time playing this game through. It is a really fun game, and it's about getting better at it, and it's a really solid game. What do we got? Hey! Thank you, Sai, for the $10. You're very generous. Let's buy some of these. Axel T says, seriously, why do the MCU films allow the characters to say every bad word besides fuck? Because they want to make more money, and Americans are puritanical. Star-Lord did say fuck in Guardians of the Galaxy 3. And, you know, Deadpool's going to be rated R, so he's going to say fuck. And I think Blade is going to be rated R as well. I hope it's rated R. It might be PG-13. I need to double check on that one. That's been in development hell forever at this point. Gayfesh Speedrunner win. Yeah, I need to get better at this game before I can start really considering speedrunning it. Like, I did have live splits up for a 100% run the other week, but like I didn't end up even finishing because I was like failing out at the final run. And let me change the badge right now. And Trans Girl Jade, thank you for being a new channel member. That's right. Oh yeah, also, if you want to be a channel member, you get access to these gorgeous emotes right here. There's a $3 tier that gets you the chat emotes, and for $7, you get early access to all of my scheduled videos. There's a number of times you can say fuck in a movie and still maintain a rating. Yeah, you can say fuck once in a PG-13 movie. Actually, there was a PG-13 movie I saw where they said fuck 3 times. It was, what was it called? It was a recent movie. I reviewed it on my channel. It was Ben Kingsley and an alien crashes in his backyard. Jules. Yeah, they said fuck like 3 times in that movie, and I remember watching the movie, and I never pay attention to the ratings because, you know, I'm an adult. I can see anything, so it doesn't matter to me. But when I was watching the movie, I was just like, I don't know why they would throw away an easy PG-13 rating on this movie by saying fuck so much, but they still got the PG-13 rating. I was genuinely surprised.
Yeah! Last jump.
Maybe there's hope. Oh, son of a bitch. Now I have to do this again. It's 3 times if it takes a long time between. Well, then they made full use of their allowance of the word fuck. And like every time they said fuck in the movie, it was like it was very appropriate to the scene. It was usually when somebody was like seeing the alien for the first time and reacting to it, but I have to do this again because I missed the last badge. They're not badge, coin. Oh, puppy, you haven't seen Guardians of the Galaxy 3? Yeah, Star-Lord says fucking it. That's not even a spoiler. It like doesn't even have any bearing on the story. It wasn't even in the script. It was literally just Chris Pratt ad-libbed it, and James Gunn decided to keep it in because he thought it was funny for the moment.
Wait for it.
It's not even like a meaningful fuck. It's literally just a jokey scene where he gets frustrated with Nebula and just says fuck as a result. Well, the alien wasn't trying to kill anyone in the movie. The alien was literally just sitting like in a sofa eating apple slices. It was just a woman walks into somebody's living room. And there's an alien sitting on the couch. You go, oh, fuck. Kind of don't like Chris Pratt. You haven't heard good things about it? Yeah. Yeah. I have heard. He seems like the kind of guy who keeps his head low, like he keeps his political opinions close to the chest because he's in Hollywood, which is a very liberal industry, but he probably doesn't have the most liberal viewpoints, so he tends to stay quiet about them. Oops. There you go. Is it Gimpamenta? The homophobic church stuff with Chris Pratt, I'm pretty sure it's that church had, like, ties with a homophobic church, but I don't know if that church itself had, like, explicitly made such declarations. And Chris Pratt has said that, you know, he fully supports gay people. I have seen some people just say that Elliot Page kind of screwed Chris Pratt over by because it was Elliot Page who like first called him out on that, and but that he might not have like actually had all of the information. I haven't really bothered to look too close into the actual details. I think I did like look at it a little bit, but I don't know the full truth of the nature of his church. I mean, I tend to be a little distrustful of churches in general, you know. Hang on, can I even get that again? Son of a bitch. Yes, I got it. But honestly, I'm just kind of like tired of seeing Chris Pratt in literally everything. Regardless of what his politics may or may not be. I just think he's oversaturated the market, which is wild because if you had told me 10 years ago that Andy from Parks and Rec was going to be one of the biggest movie stars in a decade, I would have been like, good for him, I'm glad, I'm proud, because he's hilarious. But now it's just like, does he need to voice Mario and Garfield? You kind of want him to take a break anyway. Yeah, like I said, it's just he's oversaturated himself in the market. Like, you know, whether the accusations about him are true or not, he's just... I'm kind of tired of seeing him and everything. Mario Wonder voice actor guy seems like a good guy. Yeah, people were freaking out because he has pronouns. So it's not Mario Wonder, it's Mario Wokter.
Doing great.
Oh dear. Well. Yeah, it is a lot of fun, Transgirl Jade. Oh, good. My guy's back. I was worried that he wouldn't respawn after I came back down here, but he did respawn. Because I still need that last coin, and I don't remember how to get it, but I think I need him for it. Yeah. There we go. Woke Mario is the only good excuse to throw money at Nintendo. You also started playing Mario RPG last night. I should pick that up. Yeah, I feel like I should pick that up. When I see Axel said, so Peter didn't know how to drive a car, but Drax knew how to drive a motorcycle. You know, it's really funny how common a trope that is, that, like, in sci-fi, like, anyone can fly any spaceship the second they get access to it, but then they try and drive a car and they struggle with it. That's a trope that has been used in so many different things. Like, they literally used it in an episode of Star Trek Enterprise where Archer travels back in time to 2004, and I think he has to struggle a minute with figuring out the clutch before... Son of a bitch.
they bring good luck.
The fact that everyone can drive a bike so the director can make an Akira shot is your favorite trope. Everyone makes an Akira shot, man. Like, it's so wild, like, that people... It's so ubiquitous that people don't even realize that it's from Akira. Like, I didn't realize it was from Akira for a very long time, even though I've seen Akira, and I saw that shot in Akira. I just thought that was just like, oh, they're just doing that shot. But no, it came from Akira. There's a lot of things where it's like, you know, there's on TV tropes, there's a trope. They might have changed the name of it, but it used to be called Seinfeld is Unfunny. And the trope itself is where, like, you know, people go and, like, look at the originator of a trope, and they don't realize it's the originator of a trope. Like, you know, people go and see Seinfeld, and they're like, this is dumb. Seinfeld is just using all of the standard sitcom tropes. And it's like, no, Seinfeld originated that style of sitcom. Like, the reason every sitcom looks like Seinfeld is because Seinfeld started that shit. Friends is unfunny. I mean, I would argue that Friends is unfunny. Friends was pretty lowest common denominator. Friends is one of the few things that can make you not want to be alive. 2.5 Men. I remember when I wanted to explain to somebody how bad 2.5 Men was, I literally found a YouTube compilation of those, like, the best moments of 2.5 Men season 4, and I was watching it, and I'm like, these are the best moments? Like, this is the cream of the crop for you? This stuff? It was so bad. And of course, everyone makes fun of Big Bang Theory. For good and sound reason, it was not a good show. Although the people who called it nerd blackface are very annoying. Blackface isn't just when something is a parody portrayal of you. Like, there's, like, an actual, like, severe negative historical connotation to doing blackface that isn't there with just making fun of nerds for Big Bang Theory, you know? I don't know that. Well, I'm doing this one again anyway. I just needed to get all the coins. Axel says, were Peter and Mantis siblings in the comics? No, that's just for the MCU. Peter isn't even the son of Ego in the comics. He's got a different dad.
Off you go!
There we go. Peter's not special. Peter is special in the comics. He's still half alien. But his dad is just, it's not Ego, it's somebody else.
Go, 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 go! Go! Oh, yeah! Bravo!
This is dead in the comics. I don't know. I've never read the Guardians comics. I remember just like seeing it on a Wikipedia article or maybe a little Marvel Wiki article. You can Google it.
I believe in you.
Rah! 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 Now I want my boost jump badge. Give it to me. Okay, since we're talking about stuff we liked as teenagers and also cringe shit we did as teenagers, I went in full trench coat, shades, and everything for the Matrix sequels. Oh, son of a bitch. I got it and immediately lose it. Quite rude. There we go. No. Thank you. Come here. No. Don't go up there. Why do you always go, like, way over here? I want you to hit this one. Hit me here. Thank you. Okay, so, the problem is that the trench coat, for one, my trench coat was not very good. And for two, I was in high school when Columbine happened, so going around in a trench coat at that point did not make you look cool. It made you look like a school shooter.
Way to go!
I got everything I did. Had a goth friend, he suffered more than his makeup this summer. Yeah, oh my god. My brother, doesn't matter what time of the year it was. Like, for a long time, he was just always wearing a leather jacket. a baggy, cheap leather jacket, and like it could be the hottest day of summer, and he's still wearing that jacket, and it's like, dude, take it off, and he's just like, no, like, jackets insulate you, so like I'll actually be hotter with it off. I'm like, no, you won't, because you're trapping in your body heat, and also your coat's black, so it's absorbing the sunlight. You're just getting hotter. You're objectively getting hotter with that jacket on. You need to be able to sweat. That's how you get cool when it's like 95 degrees out. Why did the Green Lantern movie fail? Well, I've never seen it, but it's my understanding is it failed because it sucked. You had a friend sophomore year who wore a trench coat as a general attire. Yeah, listen, I tried that for a little bit, but then my friends were telling me, you are not pulling off that trench coat. So I gave up. With the clouds. Give me one more cloud. There we go. Actually, I want this cloud, yeah. One more. No! You hurt me. That's okay. Good to go. Give me one more. Ow. Oh, hey, blew up one of those things. Oops. There we go. Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. I don't think... I'm trying to think if I've ever actually played a Donkey Kong game. I mean, I've played the original Donkey Kong, you know, the classic one, the first game with Mario, but I might have played Donkey Kong Country at, like, a friend's house when I was a kid, but I really don't think I've played any of the Donkey Kong games.
Dex, be careful! I bet you'd be considered a delicacy.
You hope Tipster left already. Hearing that would make Ryan cry. I'm sure he'd survive. Or he would probably just be like, all right, Fesh, let's go play that game together. Or, actually, I don't even think there is a... Oops. There you go. Come on, go get him. All right. I wonder. No. Come on, over here. There you go.
Well done!
That was dumb.
Dex, be careful!
I feel very dumb right now. And again.
Dex, be careful!
Got it.
You know, I wouldn't be out here.
Do. I don't like this level. Because it's one of the Goomba levels.
Ah, glad I'm not a Goomba.
Your mom's a Goomba.
Keep going. Well, hi there. What you doing over here? Wow. Don't let him see you. You're a brave one.
Come along, over this way. Oh dear. This isn't gonna work. There we go.
I discovered a new species. Wonder what you taste like.
Why does he always threaten to eat me? Started doing the special set. Oh, have fun with that one.
Hope that gonna make it.
Yeah, the worst part of the Goomba special stage is right at the end where, like, you have to rely on jumping on those big bubbles, but, like, the bubbles are kind of RNG, so it really is a crapshoot sometimes. Like, you can, like, jump in when you've got good bubbles, but then the next bubbles that come in that you need to complete it just don't come in for you. It really sucks.
Go for it.
Oh. Oh, right. For some reason, I thought this was the crouching high jump, but no, it's actually my favorite jump. It's the boosting spin jump. It's the one I want.
All right, this way. Last jump.
Yeah, the bubbles, it's right at the end. It fucks you, and then you have to start all the way from the beginning. You're moving slow. You can't jump worth shit. It's not a fun one. Yes, I want to wear that badge. Yay. Okay, now... heading over this way, because I got some special stages to do.
And he's He's gone again. Where could he be?
Sorry for the lore question, but what is the Goomba fort turn into a candy house? Okay, so Bowser touched a Wonder Flower at the beginning of the game, and he ended up turning a bunch of things into like his castles and Goomba huts and stuff like that. And a bunch of poplins, which are they're the toad-like guys, except instead of being mushrooms, they're flowers. A bunch of them got imprisoned in there. So when you finish the stage, you undo the wonder power that Bowser did to imprison all of the poplins. You tried it again. Good luck, Trans Girl Jade. I don't envy you that one. Oh, fuck, it's this level. God, I fucking hate this level. Okay. Okay, I hit part of it, but I need you to hit the rest of it. No, over here. Come on. Over here. There we go. Jesus. Well, that wasn't fair, but at least I can now damage boost over here. Ah. There we go.
Way to go!
Got a bit deeper and cooler than you'd expect. Well, I mean, it's like all, it's all explained in the intro cinematic. Because, like, Bowser has merged himself with the, with Prince Florian's castle in the Petal Isles of, the, Flower Kingdom. So, Bowser is a castle now. I think it's time to buy some standees. And now, here we go. This is a fun level. Oh god. I fucked up. Okay. That's okay, because I was going to need to start over anyway, because when you go for the coins, you basically can't get the coins and one-shot this level anyway, so... Okay, I've got all the coins, now I just need to finish it. Oh, shit. Shit. Well, I already fucked up. Yeah, I'm already behind. Alright. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I'm not getting it. Are you kidding me? I was a little too early there. I've never had that floor just not materialize under me before. There we go. Got it. I know I'm amazing. Oh, shit. Actually, can I make it back up? Okay, good. I was still able to get top. And that should be 6 seeds, which means I've got the new Piranha Plant song to unlock. And since it's almost 10, this seems like a good last level for the night. Past the Goomba stage only took you about 10 tries? Alright. Was that your first time doing it? If that's your first time, 10 tries is actually pretty respectable. Here we go. Got all the coins. Actually, no, there's like one more coin, I think. Yeah, there's that guy. Come here. There we go. I think I one-shotted that. That was pretty good. That's such a cute level.
Nice job.
All right. With that, I think I am done. But let's see. Oh, you know what? Vosh is live. So, why don't we go ahead and raid into Vosh? Let's raid up. Why not? So, I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Thank you all for hanging out. It's been fun. And I'll see you next time. Bye.